Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Fanshawe Works Day 2. We're super excited to have you with us, and I just keep seeing the numbers rising and rising and rising. What I'd love for you to do as we're letting people in, we're down to 63, 54, 41, 36. Here we go. If you'd all turn your cameras on and just give me a big thumbs up of what you thought of yesterday, thumbs up or thumbs down. Let's have a look. Here comes the cameras. And besides that, I really want to see all your wonderful faces. Yay! So you learned a lot about the Canadian workplace, I hope. Who started their Canadian resume already? Hands up. Yeah, okay, wonderful. Well, we've got another action-packed, super exciting day for you today. And just a couple of things that I want to refresh your memory. Today, we're going to talk about making connections and mentorship. And I see some of my peeps that are here working with me to make sure that this is a wonderful experience for you, nodding their heads, because many of them are involved in the Inspire Mentorship Program, including myself. So who knows, I might be one of your mentors this year. So it's going to be really fun, and you're going to have a great day learning all about Inspire and how to make connections in a place where, you know what, you probably don't know many people, but we're going to help you with that. Also, you're going to learn about what does the Canadian job market look like. How many of you want to get a Canadian job? Oh, yeah, yay, double wave, double wave. So you're going to learn about what the job market looks like and what opportunities are available. And also, what do employers want from me in Canada? Like, what can I expect? Do I have to be to work on time? What should I wear? How should I act? All those types of things are going to be covered today. And finally, today is the day that you get to meet employers from Canada. So we have a great, diverse employer panel where one of my team members, Rebecca, will be asking the employers a lot of questions that you're probably thinking of. And then there'll be an opportunity for you all to ask questions. If we can get your question in, great. If not, we do keep a transcript of Fanshawe Works, and we'll be able to try to answer your questions in a written format. Navjot, do you have your hand up? Is there somebody has their hand up? No? Okay. Also, I wanted to remind you today about Ignite. So Ignite is our student career conference, and this year it's probably the most action-packed, exciting career conference that we've offered in our 7 years. This is our 7th birthday for Ignite, and lucky 7. So we've got 3 full days, well, not full days, but 3 days of different time zones, different activities, different speakers that will be coming to Ignite. And I want you to mark down in your calendars November 3rd, November 5th, and November 6th. This career conference is probably the best, besides Fanshawe Works and all of your academics, the best thing that you'll attend at Ignite. It's put on by the exceptional team that I have the privilege to work with every day. And we are really excited to help you launch your Canadian career through first Fanshawe Works and then second through Ignite. I think yesterday, I believe I wrote down some numbers. Yesterday, let me just tell you a little bit about yesterday. Yesterday, 794 unique people, you're all unique, unique people attended Fanshawe Works. 794. Wow. My team's going to be really busy reviewing resumes, just saying, folks. You asked over 600 questions. So I'm really excited to let you know that if you get in touch with your career consultant, just go online, you can find them by program. Get in touch with your career consultant, and they will help you answer questions that they haven't had an opportunity to answer yet. And You guys represent 55 countries around the world. Like, how super cool is that you're coming to a college that over 55 countries attended this session? What I can say is over 90 countries are represented at Fanshawe College. So you're not alone. You have the opportunity to meet people from all over the globe, which is like so amazing. It's just so exciting. Couple of rules. I'm just going to repeat the rules from yesterday. Not that I'm a rules-driven person, but we do have rules for today. Please, please, please do not share your personal information during the sessions. Please don't engage in conversation through the WhatsApp or send emails, personal emails, or photographs of each other. This information that you're learning today is really important, and we really just want to help you be successful. And the closer attention you pay to what information the amazing people that work on my team have to share with you, the more successful you're going to be. We are just so excited to have you here at Fanshawe, and we're really excited for those of you that have made it to our beautiful country of Canada and our beautiful city of London to welcome you as you walk through the doors of Fanshawe College, and to let you know that there's lots of activities planned for your orientation. We're all going to be around to greet you with smiling faces. And please, if you see me in the halls, don't be shy. Say hello. You don't know how many international students that I have built relationships with over the past 10 years that I've been at Fanshawe. And I'm looking at my screen, and two of them are smiling faces that are actually on my team right now working with me. One is Maya, who Maya waved to everybody. There she is. Maya's from Turkey. And then there's Murillo. Wave to everybody, Murillo. And Murillo's from Brazil. So anybody from Turkey and anybody from Brazil here? Yay, yay. Awesome. Fantastic. Well, like I said, we're excited to welcome you. We're excited to kick off today. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Be sure to ask our employers lots of questions. I see Ashley has joined us and Larissa has joined us from our Inspire mentorship team. So what I think I'll do is I'll turn it over to these two brilliant women that also work on my team, Ashley Nash and Larissa Campbell. And they are going to talk to you about making connections, how to meet people in Canada, and learn a lot about what is mentorship and how do I get involved and inspire. So over to you two brilliant women, and have a great day, everybody. I'll pop in throughout the day and I'll be around to say goodbye at the end of the afternoon. Take care. Have a great day.
Thanks, Darlene. Thank you for the introduction. So, as Darlene mentioned, my name is Ashley Nash, and Larissa is here. I can't see her on my screen right now. Okay, there we go. She's just sharing the slides there.
Okay, we're good.
Going to take a moment. Yeah, you can see. Okay. Larissa, are you ready?
We're good.
Okay. So Larissa and myself are career services consultants, and we do work with Darlene. We also run the Inspire mentoring program. So we're going to be talking to you about how to make connections with people, how to meet new people in Canada, and then also about how to get involved in Inspire, because we think it's a pretty awesome program. We will be using a handout today. I'm going to go ahead and share it in the chat right now. I'll share it again midway. Let's see here. So I've just put that into the chat. You can use that as we go through our presentation, and you can also use it once the presentation's over to as you continue on and start thinking about what it is you want to do next. So let's get started. So when many people start college, they think about, how am I going to meet people? How am I going to make these connections? And in the beginning, you are thinking usually about, how do I meet other people in my program? How do I make new friends? But it's never too early to also start thinking about your future career and how to make connections with your future career as soon as you start your program. In Canada, making these connections with your future career is called networking. And so while we're not always going to refer to every new friendship or relationship that we make within our program as a networking experience, essentially you are building your network as a student with every one of those experiences that you have, whether it's with somebody in your program, somebody at Fanshawe College, or somebody within the future industry that you are hoping to go into. And networking is really all about relationship building. So whether you're already in Canada or you have yet to arrive, this presentation is going to focus on networking and how to go about meeting people and making those industry connections.
Okay, so why do you think that networking is important? Have you heard this term before? What do you think? And remember, networking is just making connections and meeting people. So we'd love to hear your thoughts in the chat as to why you think networking might be important to your career. To build connections, to land a new job, guidance, help you to get tools, understand the culture, communication skills. Yes. Clear picture of how to achieve a goal, making relationships, better growth, because 80% of jobs in Canada are not posted. Yes, Pedro. Awesome. You guys, you've got it. And that's what we're going to talk about here today. So the main reason, Pedro got it, 80% of jobs in Canada are not posted and they are obtained through personal contact. That's networking, that's recommendations from other people. And the reasons for that is that employers, it's much easier for them to ask one of their current employees or somebody that they know for recommendations for people than for them to go through 200 resumes for a job opening. So that's why building your network and getting to know people is really valuable, not only just for job search, but then also all of those other suggestions that you put in the chat about gaining skills, learning about the culture. There's just endless reasons why building your network can be beneficial for your overall career. But one thing that we really like to emphasize through Inspire is it's not who or how many people that you have in your network that makes the biggest impact in your career development. It's actually those meaningful career conversations that you have with those connections. So just because you have 500 people on your LinkedIn, but you've never actually interacted with any of them, that's not going to really help you that much. But if you have 10 people on your LinkedIn and you've had some really meaningful, valuable conversations about your career paths and what you're looking for, those 10 people are going to help you out in your career development way more than the 500 people that you just added as a connection. So please keep that in mind as we're going through the rest of the workshop.
Okay, I see someone has messaged me saying the chat was disabled when I shared the handout. So before I continue on here, I'm going to reshare it in case anybody wasn't able to get it. They should be able to see that now. So through those meaningful career conversations that Larissa was talking about, here's a list of some of the things that networking opens the door to. So the first there is the hidden job market. And what that is those jobs that aren't posted, those jobs that you get because you happen to apply to a company on the same day that somebody might be submitting a resignation letter, or those jobs that you might get because somebody that you know has referred you. So jobs that aren't posted anywhere is what we call the hidden job market. And networking will help you to find those positions and be connected to those hidden positions. A personal contact can help you to gain contact within companies that you're interested in working for. They can give you tips on a recruiting process. So you might have a connection to somebody that works at a company that you would like to work for in the future, and you can ask them, what do managers look for? What do the human resources department really think are great attributes to have listed on a resume that might help me get that job that I'm interested in? Network connection can help you with potential referrals for opportunities. So that's connected to the hidden job market, but also you never know who might refer you to for an opportunity that doesn't even exist yet. They might know your skills and your abilities and your passion for the work that you want to do, and help refer you to new opportunities. And then network connections can also help you to develop a deeper understanding of different organizations and industries. So through networking, you will be able to learn more about the industry that you're hoping to go into, things that maybe you would have only known once you've started a job that somebody can give you insight into before you get started.
So we want to think about who is your network, who's in your network, what is your network? Your network really starts with the people that you already know. So think about, your family, your friends, anyone that you already know who is in your life is really considered part of your network. So kind of think about this little target that we have on the screen here. And you're in the center, you're that little circle in the middle, and then you've got your family, your friends, and neighbors, your coworkers and classmates, teachers and employers, community groups, and then just anyone and everyone. So think about that, your network begins with the people you're most comfortable with. And then as you move out throughout that target, it's people that maybe you don't really know that well, or maybe you've only kind of met in passing. So that's really what your network is. And it's always easiest to start your networking first with the people you know. So that means making sure that they know what you're doing in terms of your career and what you're looking for, and get some suggestions from them as to other people you might be able to connect with, and then work your way out. It's really almost impossible to predict who might be able to connect you with who and what types of opportunities might come up for you just based on those connections. So think about letting everyone know what it is that you're looking for and what you're wanting to learn about. And really, in most cases, and I would say this is quite a bit in Canada, lots of people are willing to help, and they want to help people be successful and want to give information as much as they can. So it really doesn't hurt to share your information and ask for suggestions, building up that network as much as you can. And then I just want to touch on anyone and everyone is really just think about, who you might just meet walking down the street, or if you're in line at the grocery store, or when you go to get your haircut. There's ways of kind of talking to people who are outside of your network that doesn't really have to be a kind of intimidating networking experience. So something that I would encourage you to do on your own, and I believe this is in the handout, you don't have to do it right now, but you can make some notes about it, is think about who's already in your network. So based off of this little target here, who do you already know who is in your network? And this can include people that you've met virtually, even through any of the connections that you've had at Fanshawe already. And it's a good idea to just get started with that. Take note of who you have already as a starting point, and then you can expand from there. I see there's a question. Puneet, you have a question? Okay, maybe not. Puneet, if you have a question, feel free to pop it in the chat when we're just going to keep going right now.
All right, so let's do a little bit of brainstorming here, and we'd love to hear from you. Where do you think you could find people to connect with? Let's put some ideas into the chat. Where do you think you can find some? Oh, wow, the chat is going quickly here. Okay, on social media, LinkedIn. So many people saying LinkedIn. Yes, this is wonderful. school, college, anywhere. Thank you. Your workplace, clubs, online platforms, classrooms, Facebook, part-time jobs, in the cafeteria. So that is a great example, thank you, of how Larissa said, anyone, anywhere who you're gonna have a random conversation with. Everywhere, everywhere. Okay, so you guys are really getting it. Twitter, at the gym, teachers. Yeah, so you've got it. You can essentially find people anywhere to network with, because remember, networking is really just about meeting people and making those meaningful connections and having those meaningful conversations. For some additional ideas, you can expand your network through your classes. Some of these we've listed: classes, clubs, if you're part of any type of team, at your volunteer position. So it doesn't even need to be in a related position related to your future industry in order for you to start networking, because as Larissa mentioned, you don't know who knows somebody else, and they might be able to refer you to another person if you share with them what your goals are and who you're looking to connect with. If you go to an event, so there's different events at Fanshawe, there's industry events that are happening virtually. Always share and what you're looking for and talk to other people at those events. Industry associations on social media, there's union groups, there's different sector councils, and obviously closest to our hearts, mentorship programs. So the rest of the presentation is going to focus on making connections and networking for career development purposes. And so here's a list of places that you can start making some of those connections for your future career. Obviously, the first thing that we promote there is through career services and using our job site. So you'll see the names of different companies that are looking to hire. That doesn't mean you go through and connect with every single person on there, because they are posting for jobs. So they're looking for candidates that can work for them, but it gives you an idea of some of the companies that exist in different geographic areas that you might like to work in. The second one there is the London Economic Development Corporation. So that's at ledc.com, and they have business directories on there and tons of resources for you to start looking at the names of employers and contacts in the London region. Through LinkedIn, a ton of people mention LinkedIn. We love LinkedIn for networking. And absolutely, if you do not have a LinkedIn profile yet, attending the Career Services LinkedIn workshop is an absolutely great place to start, because it will go through all of the foundation of profile building that you'll need to have a really strong profile on there. If you look on Eventbrite, there are always events happening. Most of them, probably all of them, would be virtual. So looking at what exists for the industries or the different social areas that you're looking at connecting in. Industry news outlets. So there's Business London magazine. There's other magazines that are published virtually as well, or online, sorry, in the London area. So looking at those to see what kind of businesses exist. Checking out at your professional association. So some types of industries are going to have an association or a sector council, and looking to see what opportunities exist for you to meet people within those areas. Talking to your professors and other school contacts. So just talking to people about who it is you're looking to meet. You never know, your professor might have a suggestion for you. And then different directories using Google. So just go on Google and put in the field that you're looking to go into and the geographic area that you want to work in the future. It can just be London if you're just curious to see what exists there, or if you'd like to move somewhere else, or whatever region you're currently in right now. If you plan on working there, you can look up what exists in your area, and then obviously using other social media platforms, which is going to be personal for each individual and the different platforms they feel comfortable using. In the handout, there will be a spot for you to name 3 places or activities where you can meet new people. This is just to get you started. Sometimes when you have a place where you can write down, okay, this is going to be my next step, you're more likely to act on that. So that's why we prompt you to do that through the handout.
Okay, so you might be thinking, it's great, we have all these places that we can look, but how do I actually do it? How do I network? Really, all it is talking to people. So we have up there, meet and talk to people anytime, anywhere. It's really just an exchange of information, and it's a way to develop relationships. So you can introduce yourself, ask your questions, and be eager to learn. So really listen to what the person you're speaking with is saying to you. Even if you talk to people and they don't necessarily have a job opening for you or a direct contact for you, you never know who they might be able to connect you with that could help you along the way in some way or another. Start with the people who you already have contact with through Fanshawe. You're already part of the Fanshawe community, so that's a really great place to kind of get started, attending virtual events like this and just building up from there. And we will give a few suggestions for different methods for networking. So I just see a question in the chat here. How do I actually start a conversation as an introvert? What am I supposed to say without being needy or awkward? That's a really great question. And I would say it kind of comes down to preparing. And so actually just added in there, check out Build Your Own Experience program through Inspire for Guidance. And we will talk about Build Your Own Experience a little bit later in the workshop, where we do give some suggestions for this. And I'm sure many of you are thinking the same thing. What do I actually say? How do I do it? We do have ways that you can start that through Build Your Own Experience. So the different methods of networking. So we're going to give a few suggestions. So it's not just necessarily like walking up to a random person and starting talking to them. You can use some of these tips and techniques to get the conversation started. So we're going to talk about informational interviews, using LinkedIn, going to events, and then mentoring. So informational interviews are interviews that you have with someone who works in an industry, a company, or a job that you're interested in learning more about. It's really a way to get to know people, and it's also a way to build your network. So just by asking for an informational interview, it makes that connection. It gives you a purpose for connecting with them and builds your network. During these interviews, you can collect information, you can obtain advice, you can learn about that person's career path as well. It's a great way to learn all of these things. You might also obtain referrals. That person might be able to recommend other people for you to talk to or other resources that could be really valuable. But the key thing to remember with informational interviews is that they're not a job interview. You're not asking for a job. It's really just maybe like a 10 or 20-minute conversation with someone to learn more about whatever the topic is, the industry, their career path. Usually people who are willing to do informational interviews are pretty willing to talk about their job if they're happy in it. And even if they're not happy in it, they might be willing to complain about their job. So you might be able to learn a lot of things about industries and companies that way. So this is kind of, I would say, like one of the easier ways to start networking with people when you don't have any ideas in terms of what to say. You can ask for an informational interview. Just introduce yourself, say that you're looking to learn about the industry, or that you're new to Canada and you'd like to learn about careers in this field or something along that line. And you would just say, do you have 10 or 20 minutes for a phone conversation, or even just an email correspondence for you to ask a few questions to learn more about that industry. So I believe in the handout, there is some information about the steps that you can use to conduct an informational interview. And I would use that as a good starting point when you want to first start your networking. So you might be thinking what to ask, and the questions that you can ask in an informational interview are endless. There's like so many different types of questions that you can ask. So think about that for a minute. And if you're going to go to an informational interview with someone in your dream job at your dream company, so the place that is like the most ideal position in the most ideal type of company, what kinds of questions would you want to ask them? What are some things that you'd like to learn from them? So please pop some ideas into the chat. We would love to hear what you think. What are some things you'd like to know? What does a typical day look like for you? That's a great question for sure. How about salary, how the work is, tips and daily routine, how to get my foot in the door for sure. What is their role in the company and what do they do in that role? The work culture, that's a great one to ask about because that's not something that you can easily just research. So learning about the work culture from someone who's in there is a great way to do that. The work environment, the policies, future scope in Canada, development opportunities, another great one. What kinds of opportunities are there for you to grow in your career? The expectations that the employer has, how to make a great first impression. Excellent. You guys have tons of great ideas in the chat here. So any of you who are interested in doing informational interviews, jot some of these ideas down because these are all really great questions. The only question I would say do not ask is, will you hire me? Or do you have a job for me? Because that's not the point. It's more to just learn about the industry, company, position, something along that line. So that's excellent. So in your handout, you can do this now or you can do this a little bit later. Once you've really thought about what that ideal might be for you, write 3 examples of questions that you can ask in an informational interview. And think about questions that are really going to get you the information that you need. So you want them to be specific, you want them to be clear, and possibly these 3 questions that you write down right now could be ones that you can use over and over and over again with different informational interviews. If you want more ideas, I mean, there's tons of them that are in the chat here, but if you want more ideas, if you simply Google informational interview questions, there's tons of them out there that you can pick from.
Okay, before we start talking about LinkedIn, I've had a question in the chat. So what should I say if I'm asked about a referral? So I'm assuming that you mean a reference. So if you're asked about your references and this person says that's the question, the most basic question I've encountered lately. Building references is absolutely something that engaging in mentorship and networking can help you to do. So somebody can't be a reference for you unless they have some experience with you, understanding who you are, what your work ethic is, how they know you. So they need to understand who you are and have had an experience working with you in some capacity, not necessarily through paid work, but it could be you completed an informational interview with this person, added them to LinkedIn, and kept in regular contact. So there are a number of different types of references that you can have. And I think that this is probably covered in the job search workshop, but in case it's not, references can be anything from a landlord that you've built a meaningful connection with. It can be a volunteer coordinator. It can be a professor that you have had conversations with and have built those meaningful connections with. It could be a mentor. It could be somebody you met through networking. So lots of different ways to develop references that you can use if you go for a job interview. Okay, so LinkedIn. LinkedIn, most people think of it as a social media platform, but we also like to think of it as a very powerful human search engine because there are professionals and companies from around the world on LinkedIn. And you, as a LinkedIn participant who has a very strong profile, have the ability to connect with these people. LinkedIn allows you to network essentially with anyone, anywhere in the world, which is so amazing because even through the pandemic and through everything happening virtually right now, you're still able to meet people and connect with them through LinkedIn. When you build your profile, you want it to have a very professional focus and really highlight the skills and accomplishments that you have, which is why we suggest attending the Career Services LinkedIn workshop. You can also Google LinkedIn for students, and it will provide you with tips on how to use LinkedIn effectively. As a Fanshawe student, you also have access to LinkedIn Learning through the My Fanshawe page. And LinkedIn Learning offers videos, tutorials, and short courses on building really strong profiles, as well as a ton of different topics. So you could look up information on LinkedIn Learning about even the future industry that you're looking to go into. You can look up courses or tutorials on how to have an effective mentoring relationship. So lots of tools there. And I believe you will learn more about LinkedIn later. If you don't, though, head over to the Career Services events page and you can register for that workshop there. Here are some additional places that you can look for virtual opportunities to network and connect with people. Again, we encourage you to start with the events offered through Fanshawe. Anybody at these events is usually interested in meeting other people, so don't hesitate to try and make a connection. Just to be clear, that does not mean putting your phone number or your WhatsApp link or your social media handles into the chat, but it does mean that if there are opportunities to connect and meet other people or other professors or any type of support staff at Fanshawe, that people that are there are usually open to that. Some of these you may be required to be physically in Canada to attend, but usually right now most things are virtual. So again, looking on Eventbrite, Facebook events, the London Chamber of Commerce usually has some virtual events that students are able to attend. If there are any clubs, if your community group or industry association is hosting virtual events, we really encourage you to go, because this is how you meet people in your future industry. LinkedIn often has events or different training sessions. So even if it's not a networking event, if you're going to a session where you're learning something about your industry, that gives you something to talk about when you do meet people from your industry in the future that you are able to talk to and network with. Meetup.com offers different events that you can go to virtually, and londonprofessionals.ca. So just some examples. There are probably going to be other opportunities available, but some places to start.
Sorry, I'm just answering a few questions in the chat here.
Okay.
So we've got connecting with professors through LinkedIn. I definitely think that's probably fine to start connecting with professors, but when you connect with them, you need to explain why you're connecting with them. Let them know that you're going to be in one of their classes or something like that. And then it's up to them to decide whether they accept you or not. I think some professors are probably very open with connecting with students. There might be others who choose not to connect with students. So it's going to depend on that professor. And all of you who are asking about part-time job search, I would suggest if you're wanting to know if there's opportunities out there in your field or the types of jobs you're looking for, you will be learning about job search here, I believe, unless it already happened. I can't remember which workshops are already happening. Connect with your career services consultant. That's the best way to get connected. You want to make sure that you attend all of our workshops so that you know how to do an effective search. But for each of your own unique situations, it's best to connect with your career services consultant. And I will say that most of the time, part-time jobs that students get are kind of within retail, food services, restaurant, grocery stores. Those tend to be the typical part-time jobs that are available for students while they're in classes. But you never know, there might be other part-time jobs available out there within specific industries. It just depends. I think I'm caught up on questions, hopefully. Okay, so we're gonna move along. So, did you know that mentoring is actually a form of networking? And that's what we're going to talk about for the rest of the workshop today, since we are Inspire Mentoring and this is what we love. So we will move along here with what is mentoring. Does anybody have any ideas?
Okay, so we have guidance, coaching, guiding a novice, sharing, knowledge sharing, teaching, guiding people, lots of guidance, role modeling, okay. Sharing information, advice, giving instructions and guidance, being a leader. So lots of great ideas here. Listening, yes, guiding in the right direction, leading, being a friend, encouragement and support, inspiring. Love that one, obviously. Let's see, showing the correct path, training, teaching advice. So lots of great ideas here. For the purposes of Inspire Mentoring, this is the definition that we use. So mentoring is to support and encourage people to manage their own learning so that they may maximize their potential, develop their skills, improve their performance, and become the person they want to be. So the next question on your handout, and we're going to hopefully have some people put their answers to this into the chat. We'd like to start talking about mentorship with having you reflect on an influential person that you've had in your life. And if you're interested in sharing who that person was in the chat, you can. And then just reflect to yourself, how have they made an impact on your life? How has this person impacted your journey or your path so far? So we have a previous boss, my father, my parents, some specific people, my dad, anybody with goals and passions, so that's great. A boss, my senior in college, my husband, undergrad professor, my teachers, my wife. Oh my goodness, it just goes so fast. It's hard to see. Okay, my brother, my kids, great. A best friend, a mother, business tycoons, Justin Trudeau, people who are, well, it's moving so fast. People who are hardworking, who work hard to fulfill their dreams and goals. Okay, someone who has positive thoughts. And so if you're thinking about characteristics that somebody has, just encourage you, have I met somebody before that has these traits or these characteristics? And who was that person? And how have they impacted my life? So just something to think about. So essentially, this person has been a mentor for you and is already part of your network. But they might not even realize that they were a mentor for you. And in the moment, you may not have realized that they were mentoring you as well. So it's important to note that when a person makes an impact on your life, it doesn't have to be within a formal mentorship program, but it can be as well. And the benefit of being able to recognize the people that have made an impact in your life is that you can start to think about, what are the characteristics that these people have, and what might I be looking for when I move forward and looking for mentors in the future. So we're going to shift and focus on the value of mentorship and how Inspire Mentoring specifically can help you in finding these mentors that might have an impact in your future career.
So here are a few reasons why you might want a mentor. And these are typically the reasons why students come to us, because they're searching for a mentor. It's a great way to receive advice, encouragement, and support. You can develop your communication skills and your confidence as well, because just by interacting with your mentor, you can improve the way that you talk about yourself and about your experience and your learning. And it helps you to prepare for when you need to do that as you go throughout your career. You can gain industry knowledge and exposure to real-world applications of the learning from your program. So by having that person who's in the industry working away at it every single day, you get to see how that plays out in the real world. And maybe even getting that information from someone who's just further along in their career path than where you are. You can connect with a network of industry professionals. Most likely your mentor will have their own network that perhaps you can connect to as well. You can gain insight into businesses, their values, and their organizational fit. So this is what somebody mentioned a little bit earlier. It's a great way to learn about what's important for a specific business or even for an industry in terms of their values. What do they look for when they're trying to hire new people? How do you fit into an organization to make sure that you're going to be successful there? Or maybe you learn it's not a good fit for you at all based off of what you learn. So it's a great way to get that information. And then lastly on there is access to the hidden job market, which we talked about earlier. Again, there's no guarantee that your mentor will give you a job or find a job for you, but you might be able to hear of opportunities a little bit sooner through your connections with your mentors and their connections. Or you never know, a little bit down the road in a few years or months, maybe an opportunity does come up that your mentor remembers you for. So those are all some great reasons to get involved in mentorship.
So we know that most of you probably have this burning question. Well, what is Inspire Mentoring and what does it do? So we're going to start answering that for you. So Inspire Mentoring guides students in building those meaningful connections that we've been talking about, and in learning how to engage in mentorship throughout their career. So mentorship isn't even necessarily something that you just do or engage in while you're a student. Once you get that first job, or as you continue on throughout your career, you may have mentors in different points of your life that help guide you and help you as you progress to different jobs or through different levels. So the first pillar of Inspire that we'll talk about is peer mentorship. So with the peer mentorship option through Inspire Mentoring, mentees meet with upper year students in career-focused mentoring relationships. So if you're interested in being matched with a peer mentor, you would register on our website. And as soon as we have a peer mentor available for you, we would make that match, and then you would be able to meet with that peer mentor to discuss your future career, and that person can help answer some questions that you might have. You would be prompted to create some personal career development goals. So what is it that you're hoping working with your peer mentor might help you to accomplish or achieve, or what questions do you have that you're hoping that they can answer? And then those questions and those goals determine the conversations that you would have with your peer mentor. Your peer mentor is somebody that you can ask questions to and receive guidance from. So some examples of things that you might be able to talk to your peer mentor about is your future field of study and how to connect with your industry. So your peer mentor might not necessarily be in the exact program or school that you are taking or that you're in, but they are connected to their future industry, and they might be able to give you some tips on how you can do something similar. They can answer questions about employment and student entrepreneurial services. So career services, cooperative education, LEAP Junction, Inspire Mentoring, lots of different programs and services and events that we offer. They can answer questions about student services. So where do I go to access this? Or is there a virtual option for me to go and see this department at the college? And they'd be able to point you in the right direction. How to get involved in college life. So they're usually pretty knowledgeable about what's going on at Fanshawe and how to connect with those different events and services. And then really anything related to your Fanshawe experience. So you are a Fanshawe student, they're a Fanshawe student, they know what it was like to be a new student, and they're there to help you make the most of your experience at Fanshawe. The length of the mentoring relationship is determined by you. So when you create your personal career development goals, and then you meet with your mentor, you can figure out, do you need 1 or 2 meetings to sort of get you on your way? Are you interested in meeting with them for 1 term or across multiple? That is dependent upon you, what your hopes are out of engaging with this program, and what your goals are. So let me just go to the chat here. Is there any opportunity to improve our language skills? So coming to any of the things that Employment and Student Entrepreneurial Services offers is an opportunity for you to improve language skills, and being matched with a peer mentor will give you an opportunity to practice that as well. Will this program be available for us to enroll every term? Yes, peer mentorship is an ongoing program. So if it's something that you're interested in, it is available all terms, as long as we have peer mentors available. So sometimes we don't have mentors available during the summer. It just depends on the program cycles of the students that we have as mentors. I can't answer questions about who specifically we have as a peer mentor, but if you register for our program, we will certainly do our best to match you with somebody that will help you with your goals. The peer mentoring program is for 1-year programs as well. Yes, it is. Yep. Do we have to enroll? Yes, you do have to enroll. Maybe Larissa can put into the chat our website
Sorry, Ash, I was just going to say, we can show them how to find the links at the end of the presentation. When we're done the presentation, we'll show you the website where you can register for the different pillars. And so for those of you who are asking, how do I get connected with mentors? I see there's a lot of questions about that. We will explain how you can register at the end of the presentation.
Great. Okay, great. Okay. Another really great way to kind of feel out peer mentorship if you're not really sure if it's for you or not is to join a peer chat. So peer chats are group conversations hosted by your Inspire peer mentors, and topics change weekly. So peer chats will be on the Career Services events page that you can access through FOL, and you will go on there and you'll be able to see the different topics. Titles have not been updated yet, but all the peer chats are on there. The reason for that is we've just trained our incoming group of mentors, and so we'll be updating that soon. But peer chats are a great way to connect with our peer mentors and also to meet and connect with other students at Fanshawe. You can ask questions in a live situation to your peers. So you don't have to be part of Inspire to attend a peer chat. If you're looking to ask a question to a peer mentor, you can come to a peer chat and do that without registering for the full peer mentorship program. So some example topics. Let's see here, how to connect virtually with services on campus, tips for connecting with your industry as a student, ask a peer mentor. So if you just want to come and ask a question, you can. And each week, the peer mentors choose topics that they believe are relevant to students. And they're going to be related to campus life and career development in your future career. And I see Larissa put in the chat how to access the Career Services events page. How soon after you enrolled in peer mentorship would it take for you to receive a reply? So as soon as classes begin, we will start connecting with students and making those matches. When you do register, you receive a response from us, just letting you know that we have received your application. And then, as I mentioned, when classes start, that's when the matching will begin. And another question about improving language skills. Our biggest suggestion would be attending peer chats and having your camera on and engaging in those conversations. So your peer mentors will be asking questions to get people talking, connecting with each other and learning together. And that's a great way for you to improve your language skills. Are there any specific requirements for mentoring? So if you'd like to be a peer mentee, there's no requirements. You would just go on and register for that. Okay.
I received a direct message question. What happens when it is not possible to connect with our mentor? Can we get a new mentor? Do you want to explain that, Ash? So this is for peer mentorship.
Sure, yes. So when you are matched with a mentor, you would reach out to each other and introduce yourself. And it is expected that you will work with that person. So we don't have peer mentors for every single program at Fanshawe. There's just way too many opportunities at Fanshawe for us to have a peer mentor for every single program. So sometimes you will receive what we call a best fit match. So whenever possible, we match first based on the program that you're in. So we would try to get you a peer mentor that has the same program as you. That's not possible. We would match based on the school that you're in. And if that's not possible, we try to make a match based on some other piece of information that you've included in your registration form and that the peer mentors have shared with us. Sometimes it's a matter of we have 5 spots left and we've got 5 mentees. So we just make a match. Therefore, you have the chance to meet with somebody. But we're not able to sort of allow you to pick and choose who you might want to be connected with because we just simply don't have the number of mentors to make that possible. So somebody asked, is Fanshawe Friends and the mentors the same thing? So it's not the same thing. You can be involved in both, but they are 2 separate programs, which is double the awesomeness for you because you get to meet with 2 different people who are both there to help you succeed.
Okay, and I see there's still some questions coming in about kind of job search and knowing how to communicate your skills and things like that. Please connect with your career services consultant about those questions. And then some questions about specific mentorship programs within courses. There are some programs that have mentorship as part of it, but you'd have to connect with your program to find that out. In terms of the programs that our peer mentors are involved in. That's not something that we just share widely right now. If you're interested in peer mentorship, we can always connect you with one of our mentors and you can determine whether it's something you want to move forward with or not. And then explain the difference between Fanshawe Friends and Inspire programs. So Fanshawe Friends is more of a like a friendship-based connection where you can have someone more on a social level to go to things with, who can kind of orient you to being here in London. Inspire Mentoring is a career-focused mentorship program. So the whole purpose of Inspire is getting you prepared for your program from the career lens of things. There's no fee. I just see there's someone here. Mentorship is part of your student fees. So your career services fees cover mentorship. And okay, so more questions on how you get connected. Boy, these questions are coming in fast.
I see one question here about what is the process to get connected. So we are going to show you at the end, we're going to show you our website. We're going to show you how to register for the different pillars of Inspire. And then from there, you will receive an email from us. We do require that you register using your Fanshawe online email address. You will receive an email from us that will connect you either to the mentor that you've been matched with or provide you with details about next steps or other services that we do offer. So all information will come from an email from Larissa and myself from the Inspire Mentoring email address, but you do need to register for that first.
Okay, we probably will answer more of your questions as we go through the rest of the slides. So we'll keep going here. If I can make my slides move. Here we go. Okay, so Ashley talked about the peer mentorship pillar of Inspire, which is really connecting students with upper year students, related to program if we can, but not always the case, just for Fanshawe students. We also have parts of Inspire that are industry mentorship focused. And the purpose of these pillars is to help students engage with industry professionals to work towards personal and professional goals. So the two pillars that we have are the Larry Mini Industry Mentorship pillar and the Build Your Own Experience pillar. So we're not going to talk about both of them today. I'm just going to talk about Build Your Own Experience because that is what most of you will be eligible for. The Larry Mini Industry Mentorship is for students who are in their final year of Fanshawe. And there is lots of information on our website about that. So once you are in your final year at Fanshawe, you can explore that one. That is where you can be connected to an industry professional within your specific industry. First come, first serve, matches are not guaranteed for that, but you have to be in your final year at Fanshawe for that. So if you're interested in kind of learning about that for the future, then you can check out our website. What you can do in terms of industry mentorship today is build your own experience, and that's what we're going to talk about next. So Build Your Own Experience is our independent mentorship experience that Ashley mentioned a little bit earlier on. And this is for students who are in any level of your program. You can join this in your first level, you can join this in your last level, you can join this anywhere in between. This pillar runs all year round. It doesn't, there's no starter end date. It's kind of your own experience with it. So you can register at any time whenever you're ready. And what will happen when you register for Build Your Own Experience is that you will receive the Build Your Own Experience workbook that will help you create career development goals and guide you in your search for mentors. And it will discuss some of the things like we mentioned earlier in terms of how do you introduce yourself to somebody. It's got some more details about informational interviews in there and some ways of, preparing your goals for your career as well as for mentorship as well. And so that's what Build Your Own Experience really helps you do. It helps you to identify and initiate contacts with industry professionals, and we give you all the tools that you can use to do that. That's what Build Your Own Experience is. This pillar is really helpful for students who are looking to kind of maybe explore industries or even explore within an industry. Maybe you want to talk to 5 different people about the different pathways that you may be able to take within your industry. Maybe you want to try out a few different industries and talk to people from different industries to get that information instead of just being connected with one person. It's also a great way to just gain information about different industries, learn how to network and learn how to engage in mentorship that you like tools that you can use throughout your whole career. So some of the things that count towards build your own experience are things like informational interviews, as we mentioned. It could just be video chats or email conversations with people who can provide you information relating to your industry or help you work towards your goals. It could be attending those industry or networking events that we talked about a little bit earlier. It might be even short job shadows, or it could be attending some of the industry mentor presentations that we run through Inspire as well. So you will see that we will be hosting some a speaker series relating to where we have industry mentors speaking to students. If you come to some of those, that counts for build your own experience also, because it's all ways to help you learn about networking and using mentorship and connecting with your industry. So just a reminder there, you are eligible to register for BYOE at any point, anytime during your time at Fanshawe. And you will receive check-in emails from us when you are part of that. You are eligible to register for peer at any point during your time at Fanshawe. Currently, we run it definitely in the fall and winter. It's going to depend on whether we have mentors available over the summer, if it runs over the summer or not. And then the Larry Mini Industry Mentorship, if you see that on our website, it's for students in their final year at Fanshawe. That's how you can be eligible for that one. Okay. So I think just a couple more slides and then we'll show you the website.
Just one more question that I had a direct message here. If I'm in a 2-year program, what can I do when it comes to industry mentorship? So if you're in a 2-year program, our suggestion would be to start with the build your own experience option and then set a reminder for yourself that you would be eligible next September, once you're in your 2nd and final year, to register for the Larry Mini Industry Mentorship option. And I see here, where can I join BYOE? So maybe Larissa, should we show them that now before we go to our...
We have 2 slides left. I think it'll be easier to just go through these 2 slides and then we'll get into it. Okay, we're basically finishing up. Yeah, so just before we get to that, just take a minute to kind of think about the things that we've covered in this workshop so far, and think about how will you use mentorship as you go through growing your network and working towards your career goals. You can put it in the chat if you'd like, you don't have to, but just really think about how you can see yourself using these tools and techniques as you move through your time as a student and then off into your career. This is the last slide.
Okay, so what's next? So we'll go through a few of these tips and then we will show you how to register on our website. So we'd love for you to review the handout from today and decide what you think would be helpful for you to do next. It is not mandatory. So some questions I've been getting sent, is this mandatory for us to do? No, it is not mandatory for you to engage in mentorship. Mentorship is a form of networking. And then remember at the beginning, we said that networking is essentially meeting people and making connections with those people, okay? You should engage in mentorship if you have a genuine interest in learning from others as you work toward achieving your own goals. Attend the career services workshops to further expand your networking skills. So we have a workshop on building that LinkedIn profile, as I mentioned. We have a workshop on networking. There is a workshop called 10 Steps to Your Next Job, which will guide you through the whole job search process. Tons of questions going through the chat on how to get part-time work. Strongly suggest that you start with that 10 Steps to My Next Job workshop, as it will give you the foundation to really get started with your job search. And then lastly here, visiting our website. Our website has all the information that you'll need to decide whether or not the options through Inspire Mentoring are right for you. So we will show you that now. If you have additional questions that we didn't cover today or something that you didn't want to ask, you're welcome to email us at inspirementoring@fanshawe.ca. Some questions we might say, hey, have you checked out our website? Here's a link to the answer here. But don't ever hesitate to send us an email. It is Larissa and myself that manage that inbox, so we'll be one of us that responds to you.
Okay, I'm just gonna switch to the website. Give me 1 second here. You see that?
Yeah, I just see in the chat here how to register for all the workshops. So the workshops can be found on the Career Services events page. You're going to access that through FOL. There is a drop down, a word that says resources there with a drop down arrow. I'm going to write in the chat exactly what you need to click on to get to the Career Services events page, and you can register right on the events page for any of the workshops that we offer, including peer chats. Okay, go ahead, Larissa.
Okay, so I'm just going to put the link, the short link to our website in the chat as well. So fanshawe.ca/inspire. That's what this page is here. You'll see there's a description of our program and then a description of the pillars. So what you need to do is click in to the pillar that you're interested in. Okay, click into the pillar, and I'll go into it in a minute. This thing down here that says mentee registration now open is for Larry Mini Industry Mentorship. That's students in their final year. Do not go to this link if you are not in your final year. It's put in the wrong spot. We will have it moved hopefully later today. So just do not use this one down here. Does everybody understand that? Not the bottom one on the main page. You need to click into the pillar that you're interested in. Okay. So for example, if you're looking at peer mentorship, you click this bar and you go into peer mentorship, and it will give you all the details about peer mentorship, more details than what we've provided today. If you want even more details than what's on the page here, there is a link at the bottom that says, how does peer mentorship work? What are the next steps? And you can click on that and get even more details step by step. And if you want to register to be a peer mentee, so that means being matched with a peer mentor, you would click on the peer mentee registration form. Just that form there, and you fill out a form that looks like this, peer mentee registration form. Please use your FOL email address for anything that you are registering for us, and provide all the detail, answer all the questions, provide all the details. Okay, so that is peer. I'm just going to go back to the main page here. The Larry Mini Industry Mentorship, that's for students in their last year at Fanshawe. So I see a question there. If you're in a program that is only 1 year and you are only planning to do 1 year, then you can register for Larry Mini. The application forms just opened today. They open every September, and they're usually open for September and part of October. It is first come, first serve. Please make sure that you read carefully the details of the program before you register to make sure that it is something that you are actually interested in and that you can commit to. So that's Larry Mini. And then build your own experience that everybody was asking about right here. Build your own experience. If you click on build your own experience there, it gives you, again, lots of details of how this works. It's got a link to the registration form. So once you register there, again, looks kind of similar, BYOE mentee registration form. You need your FOL email address, put in your details. We process the applications usually once a week, sometimes a little bit more frequently, depending on how busy it's getting. And that's when you will receive the BYOE workbook. And here's some steps and more information about the pillar listed here on the website. Okay, so build your own experience is an independent experience. You would get the workbook, read through the workbook, make sure that you understand how it all works. But then if you have any questions, you're always welcome to connect with us at our email address, inspirementoring@fanshawe.ca. Ash, do you want to just pop that in the chat or email? So let's build your own experience. So we've got 3 options. Peer and build your own experience is open to everyone at any time. Larry Mini is only for students in their final year. And it's only open for about a month and a half right now. Okay. So before you register for anything, please make sure that that's something you're really interested in. We get a lot of students just signing up and they don't even know what they're signing up for. So make sure that you read through the details, make sure it's something that you are interested in, that you would like to commit to, and make sure that you're going to have time for it. So you may want to wait a little bit to see if you have time in your schedule or how heavy your course load is going to be. You are still welcome to register BYOE and peer. BYOE, you can start anytime and you will get the information right away. Peer, there might be a bit of a wait, but you will get connected. And as Ashley said, there's always the peer chats. We don't limit who comes to the peer chat, so you can always come and get connected to our peer mentors through the peer chats. as well as with some other mentees and other students through that way. So there is no rush to register because you want to make sure that you have the time and the space and are able to commit to this. That being said, if you do register for peer and you start it and you realize, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore, or I don't have time for this, you can always just let us know that you need to leave the program, and that's totally fine too. We completely understand that.
And that's one of the things that when I mentioned that the peer mentoring, the matches are based on your timeline. Some people meet with their peer mentor for 2 sessions and they are feeling good. They're on track. They know what it is they want to do. And other people want to have that mentoring relationship last longer. So like Larissa said, it's completely okay. Sometimes you might have one meeting and think, you know what, this is great. I'm good. And you can just let us know that you're ready for your match to end, or you can have that exist for a longer period of time. A couple of questions in the chat. Someone saying, can you register for every pillar? You can sign up for as much as you'd like. If you're listening to all of this, and obviously we're hoping that you say, wow, all this sounds so great, you can certainly register for as many things as you would like. Just make sure that you are eligible when it comes to the Larry Mini industry mentorship, because we do screen, we do go through all of the applications to screen out people that aren't eligible. If you're not sure if mentorship is right for you, we really encourage you to start with Build Your Own Experience and the peer chats, because when you receive the Build Your Own Experience workbook, you can use that information forever as you move through your career, whenever you're looking to network with new people. So it's a great way to get started and really get an idea of what it is we do within Inspire Mentoring, as well as attending peer chats.
And I see a couple there. There's one about the time commitment. So again, as Ashley said, for peer, it's kind of as much or as little as you want to be connected to your peer mentor. And then peer chats are all usually about an hour long, and they happen once a week. You can come to all of them, you can come to one of them, you can come to none of them. It's totally up to you. Build Your Own Experience, again, that's entirely up to you to design however you would like. You can spend as much or as little time on that as you please. And then the Larry Mini, if you are in your final year, it's a minimum of a 10-hour commitment between October and April. And so we do look for students who are willing to put in that commitment. And I mean, we have mentors who are giving their time, so we need to make sure the students are serious about it as well. And is this online or offline? Right now, all of our services are running virtually and online. But who knows, maybe one day they will be back in person. It's hard to know exactly. And so let's see. We've already answered, yes, you can be registered in more than one pillar. Can I register at any moment in my career? Yes, anytime you can register for these. The only one that's restricted is Larry Mini is only open from September 1st to about like mid-October. And I have a question here for Larry Mini. Should I wait until I move to Canada later this month? Larry Mini is first come, first serve, and it's not guaranteed. So if it is something that you are interested in and you are eligible for, I suggest you register right away, because you can start connecting with your mentor through email. You can start with virtual chats. That's what we recommend for Larry Mini right now, is everything to be done virtual. So if that's something that you're interested in, register soon for that. And yes, for a one-year program, Larry Mini is eligible for, but if that's your last program at Fanshawe, if you're taking a one-year program, but you're moving on to another program next year, it would be better for you to register in your second year. It just makes more sense and it's more applicable to your career.
And it's not your only option if that's what it is you're asking. So if you're in a one-year program and you're not moving on to another program and you want to sign up for Larry Mini, you can also sign up for a peer. You can come to a peer chat. You can register for the Build Your Own Experience. It's completely up to you how involved you'd like to be. Okay.
Okay, I'll do this one last question. The difference between BYOE and Larry Mini. Okay, Larry Mini Industry Mentorship, students are matched by us. Ashley and I do all the matching. We look at the application forms and we make a best fit match based on what you include in your application form and what our mentors give to us. You are matched with one mentor from October until April. And it's one mentor that you meet with for those 10 hours over that course of the time. Build Your Own Experience, we don't match you. We don't connect you with mentors, we don't match you, but we teach you how to do that yourself. it's for you to build your own mentorship experience. So you can pick and choose what is going to work best for you. So the workbook guides you through that, but you can always meet with one of us if you want to talk about your ideas or figure out a bit of a plan for you to seek out your own mentorship opportunities. The workbook is all digital. So the BYOE workbook is all digital. So it doesn't matter if you are here in Canada or not, you just register, you will receive the PDF or Word, I'm not sure what, oh, Google Doc. We have it as a Google Doc, that's what it is. Okay, the page only shows mentor registrations right now for Larry Mini. Yes, we have a problem with the link for Larry Mini Industry Mentorship right now. It's on the main page. If you can see on my screen, it was put in the wrong spot today for when it opens. It's on the main page. That's where it says Mentee registrations open now is for Larry Mini on the main page. For the other two, for Build Your Own Experience and for Peer Mentorship, you need to click in and register there. And then we hope by the end of the day today, the Larry Mini link is put in the right spot. I think we're out of time. I think that was the end of our time, right? So thank you all for your questions. If you have any more, feel free to send us an email. We love to hear from you, and welcome to Fanshawe.
Thank you, Ashley and Larissa. Every time I listen to this presentation, I'm blown away by the work that these two do to help students have a wonderful experience at Fanshawe. And the questions, holy cow, even I was trying to answer some that were being typed. So thank you very much. How many of you are going to sign up for mentorship, Inspire Mentorship? Lots, I bet. Yes, I see all the thank yous coming through. I just wanted to share with you that we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. But before we do, I wanted to let you know that we've had a little bit of a scheduling hiccup, as we say in Canada. And we're going to have the employer panel right after the break at noon. And right after the employer panel, we're going to have Sue Bennett, who is another one of our exceptional team. She's going to present Canadian workplace expectations and the labor market here in Canada. I see, so the day will be extended until 2:30 Eastern time in Canada. So one extra hour you get to spend with us today. Yay, yay, yay. And I would like to say thank you to our troubleshooting behind the scene team of Murillo and Ali and Maya. Thank you very much. And Sue for being so accommodating, and Rebecca. So wonderful. It just shows that even in a virtual world, we can make things work. We're going to have a quick 10-minute break, come back ready with lots of questions for our employers. Get your notepads out because they're going to give you lots of really great information. And I'm sure Larissa and Ashley are going to have mailboxes that are piling up with questions. So thanks, everybody. Have a nice break.
Thank you, Darlene. Welcome back,
Rebecca.
everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. I always get so excited and nervous about this portion of our Fanshawe Works, because we just want to make sure that all of the employers that we've joined in today are doing the best to try to make sure that all of the information is conveyed properly. So Darlene, shall I start, or would you like to open the floor?
No, I was just going to say welcome to all the employers, and thank you again, Rebecca, for moderating this panel. It's going to be amazing. Go for it.
Thank you. So much fun. So I want to say hello to, we've got 3 out of 4 employers. So we did come a bit of a technology snafu with the 4th one, but he will join us as soon as he is able to. So without further ado, I don't get to see the faces here very well. So I know we've got Harpreet from Isaac team. Hi, Harpreet, if you just want to wave. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to say hello to the employers. Then I'm going to ask each of the employers to introduce themselves, because they can do a much better job about telling you all about their wonderful experiences than I can. Then I will start by asking a series of questions to each of our employers. And those are based on questions from the different sessions that we have done over the years. So we have a really good compiled list of questions that most of the students seem to ask. However, we will open up the chat boxes at the end to ask any questions of the employers that you wish to. We just ask that your questions be more of a generic nature as opposed to a really specific one. So if you're asking questions and I'm skipping over them while I'm reading them out, it's only because they are very specific questions. With privacy issues and things like that, we want to make sure that everyone's on the up and up. But you can definitely reach out to us at Career Services with those specific questions, and we are more than happy to get that information back to you. And then, so we'll start with, why don't we start with Harpreet? So Harpreet, would you like to introduce yourself to our students today?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Rebecca. I'm Harpreet. I work for a company called Isaac Operations, which is a small consultancy firm based out of Toronto. A bit about myself, I'm British, as you can probably tell from the accent. And I've been working in recruitment for a couple of years. And before that, I worked as a consultant for a couple of years. I love food also, just to the personal one out there, love all kinds of food.
Excellent. I like food too. And yes, you have a very lovely accent. Thank you so much. So next, why don't we ask, we'll get Jen to introduce herself.
Hi, hello. My name is Jennifer, but you can call me Jen. I'm an employee services administrator at Seasons Retirement Communities. Seasons Retirement Communities operates 22 retirement homes across Ontario and Alberta. We offer independent living, assisted living, as well as memory care. We have a variety of roles in care and hospitality. So from nurses to care attendants, cooks, servers, housekeepers, activities attendants, and concierge. We have something for everyone.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us, Jen. Really, really appreciate that. Naraman, thank you so much for joining us, man. Would you like to introduce yourself, please? There you go.
Hi, my name is Nariman, and my employees, they know me by Norman, so they go by other name, but I have a GME Greek fast food in the Masonville Mall. So we're operating a small fast food business in the mall. Of course, it's Greek food. We have like 10 to 12 employees usually, not all in the same shift, of course, it's different shifts. And we're hoping to get some good candidates soon.
Thank you, Nariman. Thank you so much for introducing yourself. And then last but certainly not least, we have Rick. I'm just not seeing. Rick, are you here with us today?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Yay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, so my name's Rick Fernandez. I work for a grocery retailer, a grocery banner called Fortino's. It's part of the Loblaw portfolio. We operate 23 stores here in Ontario, and I look after their meat and seafood departments. And I've had quite an extensive long career in grocery retail, in the grocery industry. 13 years at Loblaws and 12 years at Sobeys. Looking forward to it.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us. So I'm hoping that everyone sees that we tried to provide a really nice cross section of employers because we have so many diverse experiences within our student population. Not only that, but they also choose different types of programs with us. So we just like to make sure that everyone that we choose into the employer panel, not only are they in different sections of the business sphere with each other, but also that they give some students an opportunity to see a lot of different kinds of businesses. So the way we'll do this is I will ask each one of you, we'll go with the same question, but I'll ask individually. That way everyone's not talking over each other. We've learned a few things having this virtual world more than once. If there's a question that doesn't necessarily apply directly to your business, please feel free to say so, offer your opinion. Whatever information you can give our students is absolutely invaluable. I also make sure I'm not asking the same person the first time. Nothing is worse than being number 4 each time for answering questions when everybody's already given the information. So I do try to mix it up a little bit. So without further ado, let's get started. So I think the best question to ask right now would be, is it valuable to see an international student's education and work history from their home country on their resume? Harpreet, would you like to start by answering that question, please?
Yeah, definitely. So my answer would be 100% yes. My main reasoning for that is if you don't show that this is on there, I think people will assume that it's not. I know often there's a lot of times where, education experience doesn't quite translate over to Canadian, and some people don't view it as the same. But I think having it on your resume for employers to be able to see it just gives them that added level of depth and understanding of what you've done so far. So 100% yes, from my perspective.
Excellent, thank you. Jen.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely these experiences help develop skills, whether it is, these skills are being developed in Canada or abroad. So definitely put it on there, especially if it's something that you're super proud of. But yeah, and even, at Seasons, we are all about building relationships with other people. So having experience abroad, it really shows that you're able to relate to a lot of different kinds of people. So I think that that's valuable as well. But 100% do not sell yourself short. Put it on there. And be excited about it. Be proud about it.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Nariman.
Yeah, I agree also 100%. If there is a resume without any experience or any work experience or volunteer experience or anything like this, to me is a dead resume. Like I'm not interested. I need to know who am I gonna meet to hire something. So even though if it's not related, at least it gives me some ideas of what you have done. Like, are you a hard worker? Are you looking for a different kind of job? Are you able to do what I need you to do? We'll find interesting things through those experiences that you have in the resume, no matter what. It should be there. It has to be there.
Thank you for that suggestion, Armin, because that's a really good point. Is sometimes even if your skills or experiences are not directly related to that position that you're applying for on the surface, definitely showing employers that you do have some sort of experience would definitely go a long way in being chosen, at least for an interview. Thanks for that tip. Rick, would you like to go next?
Sure. So yeah, I absolutely agree with what everybody else said. It is important to show all your experience on there. Once again, whether it be here in Canada or internationally, we do want to see what you've done in your career, whether it be volunteer experience, work experience, educational experience. So yeah, I would say absolutely put all the experience on there, including your international experience.
Excellent. And I like to lead with that question specifically for the Fanshawe work, simply because all of our wonderful students here are coming to the table with different experiences from other countries. And it's nice to show them that we do have employers here who are opening their arms wide open for experiences that students bring from their home country. So thank you so much for all of that. That always warms my heart. So thank you for reminding the students that everything is valuable. So why don't we go with, so kind of a follow-up to this. So why don't we start with Rick? As an employer, what advice would you give to students if they're unable to find work specifically in their field?
Yeah, sure. So I would say I would go and look outside your field if there's something that is similar to to the field that you are looking at. And if you're unable to find something, I think any experience, especially as you're getting started in your career, is important. And it's also better to be working and have some sort of experience on your resume if when you do want to, or when you're able to find something in your field. So yeah, my advice for sure would be try to find something similar, but even if you can't find something similar, look in a different field to start off. There's not too many people that land their dream job or their forever job as their first job. So yeah, I would say get whatever you can.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Harpreet, would you like to chime in on that question?
I think I wholeheartedly agree with Rick. I think it's really tempting to, do whatever you're studying and be like, I'm definitely going to go get a job in this thing and be really focused and fixated on that. And then lose the sight of the bigger picture, which is actually, that's what you want to work in long term, but it might take you a few steps to get there. And it's okay to walk sideways and build on your experience and, go about it a different way, because I think there's a ton of stress that can be induced if you aren't able to get into what you want to straight away and you keep on trying and you're getting no luck, and it can be quite stressful and quite hard and quite difficult. So getting something else, making yourself feel more stable, enables you then to go after it again and maybe try in a different way. So I completely agree.
Awesome. And Jen?
Yeah, any and all work experience is valuable. Maybe it's not working directly in your field or exactly what your dream job is. Nobody gets their dream job as their first job, and if they do, they're the exception. But yeah, you can demonstrate that you're able to work as part of a team, you're able to develop skills, you can take instruction from others, you can build relationships, you can set and accomplish goals, you can prioritize and multitask and come up with ideas and see them through to completion. Like, those are things that you can do in a variety of settings. And you can definitely highlight those on your resume, and employers will be able to see that as a valuable transferable skill. And if they're not able to see that, then it's not the right employer for you. At Seasons, we do a ton of cross training. So for example, if you start as a dining room server, but you're interested in rec therapy, maybe you're going to school for rec therapy, like, we can put you in the activities department. We can facilitate that cross training and give you exposure and experience in that area. And, a lot of companies, depending on like how big they are, and, there's a lot of factors, but, they can help you grow with with your career as your career grows. Like, for example, I've been at Seasons just under a year, and my job today looks a lot different from when I first started, because my team saw my strengths and we were able to sort of, redistribute duties in order to play up to everybody's strengths. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of opportunity. But yeah, if you're eager to work and eager to learn, that will take you far for sure.
Yeah, the whole cross-training opportunities is a cool concept for both big and small companies. So I'm not sure with around the world how much cross-training is involved, but I know definitely here in Ontario, we're a very collaborative type environment, sort of across a lot of businesses. So there's generally a lot of opportunities if you are looking to move up in a company to have a lot of those transferable skills, like everyone's been saying. So Nariman, do you have anything to add to that?
I keep forgetting the unmute button.
That's okay.
Yeah, sorry. I agree with some part. I like to see, let's say somebody's studying something as a course that is not related, let's say, to my business, which is food business. I would love to have them, if they are willing to work in this and that, and they know what they're getting into. I would love to have them until they finish their courses, they finish their study, and then they find their own, like, the job that they work hard for, right? They study for it. But I'm not sure about, let's say somebody finishes computer engineering or programming, and then they come and apply here, while I know the job that they want is something else, totally different field than working in the kitchen. So for that, I'm not sure if I really like to have that a student coming here, because I don't think, as Jennifer said, it's not the right employer for that kind of job. But while they're study for that subject, yeah, I would love to have them there. Or since I have had a lot of them before, they study all different kind of different courses, but they work for us for a couple of years until they finish and they successfully find their own job, and we left in the good terms and they're happy. Well, I'm still in contact with some of them, or we're friends.
That's awesome. And that's why and just to let everyone know, we haven't actually had a type of employer like Nariman before. I wanted to show the students a different sort of side of the kind of work and opportunities that you can get here. And I know that Nariman's been a huge supporter of students for all these years. So that's specifically why I wanted Jimmy the Greek sort of on our employer panel today, because he does have a different perspective than some of the other employers that may join our panel in the future. And I think it's so important to show a lot of different kinds of employers, because like Jen said, not every employer is right for everybody. So the fit is just as important as the skill set. Sometimes I think the attitude goes a lot further than skills too, because you can train people on a lot of things, but I think that training for attitude and hard work is definitely something that you come to the table with. So thank you so much. I love the different answers that we get on these things. And honestly, I never know what kind of answer I'm going to get. So it's just kind of, you just never know. Sometimes I'm surprised, but these are all great answers. So let's flip the script just a little bit. So how valuable do you all believe that mentorship and volunteer experiences? So why don't we'll start with Jen.
Oops, sorry, I was muted. I clicked it, but it didn't click. It's fine.
It happens.
Yeah, so these experiences are super valuable, and they are something to highlight on your resume or in your interview. We would love to hear about the things that you've learned while being mentored or being a mentor yourself. We would also love to hear about the differences that you've made while volunteering. And furthermore, how can these things be applied to the position that you're applying for? So again, like we talked about transferable skills, and I think we'll talk about it a little bit more as well. But yeah, what kind of transferable skills have you gained from that experience? A lot of people, when I do interviews, we're talking in the interview and they have this great volunteer experience and they don't put it on their resume, but it comes out in the interview. And it's like, I mean, I'm glad I called them for an interview to begin with, but somebody else who was looking at a resume might not have seen the value. You know what I mean? Like, put that on your resume. And they're like, oh, well, it's volunteer. I didn't think that I should put it on. It's like, yes, put it on. We want to know, especially if it's relevant to the position. It doesn't matter if it was formally paid or not, or if it's volunteer. So yeah, I would put it on there for sure.
Excellent. Excellent. Let's go with Nariman.
Yeah, I agree with Jen. As I said, I would love to see any experience, even though it's volunteer. I would love to see it. Better than not putting it there for sure, definitely. We look into the details of your resume, like everybody's resume. I mean, as I said, we find interesting things in there that you might not know that it's helpful. So I would definitely want it there.
Excellent. Harpreet.
I completely agree. So I'm a big believer of, I think you can develop so much as a person by just putting yourself in so many different situations. And the more different the situation, the more you learn from it and the more diverse you become and the more you can develop and understand things. I think, mentorship volunteering is a great example of that, because it's you doing something which is very different to your norm. And therefore it's helping you to learn more stuff or learn through others' experiences. And therefore it's making you have more knowledge and just know a lot more stuff and taking the initiative to do so. So I think as many different things as you can do is great, because I think it just makes your perspective even better and you understand way more things.
Yeah, I tend to agree. And I like the word, the initiative, because for somebody to take time out of their own schedule to give their time back to different organizations, I think is extremely important. Rick, what would you like to add in on that?
Yeah, so for sure agree with everyone else on the panel. It does show that vast variety of experience and whatnot, and that was the exact words, Rebecca, that I wanted to call out. Is it shows that they're taking initiative. If you're willing to do something on a volunteer basis, it shows that somebody is willing to take that an extra step to gain that experience. So for sure agree with everyone.
Excellent. Good. What I like about mentorship and volunteer activities is you get to build your network, which we're going to get into in a little bit. But growing your network, having people, maybe you haven't had a paid opportunity before and you need references. Doing volunteer activities is an amazing way for people to be able to talk about how reliable, dependable, skilled you are, those sort of things. I always like to share, I had 2 particular volunteer activities in my own lifetime that have definitely made the way my career has unlaid out in front of me. So when I was in high school, I volunteered to write for the school newspaper. Then when I went for my first interview after graduating from Fanshawe College and corporate communications and public relations, I was hired simply because I was the only brand new graduate that had any sort of interview experience. And it was interview experience from years before that in high school. I also volunteered in high school for working with children with learning disabilities, because that's always been one of my passion projects. I still do that to this day. When I looked to change the direction of my career from recruiting into more supportive employment, I was in the interview. I didn't put it on my resume because, like Jen said, I didn't think that it was important. In the interview, it came out that that was one of my volunteer activities, and I was going for a job as a job coach developer with people with disabilities. I didn't put the two and two together, but again, that was the difference between me getting the job over somebody else and me not. So I always promote to our students, when I sit down to do resumes, I want to know all of your experiences, whether you think they're valid or not, because you simply don't know what those volunteer activities will be that will point you in the right direction for the rest of your career. So I can't say enough good things about volunteering and mentorship. And mentors can help open doors for you, or at least point you in directions that you may not have considered in your own career before. I've had mentors, they've been amazing mentors. I've now flipped over to being a mentor myself because I'm into my career now. So if you get the opportunity to be able to be a mentee at this stage of your career, I know the Inspire ladies were on before us and they are amazing. So any opportunity you can take with us, please do so. So there's a little plug for Inspire. So next question. What are some of the on-the-job expectations that you have for your employees once they've been hired on? So why don't we start with Nariman?
Oh, after they hired, yeah. The key for me is to be reliable and be on time. Like, never be late. As I said, my kind of job is a little bit different, so we really rely on that few employees that they running that shift. So being on time, it's a big concern of mine, since I had bad experience with some of problem that we had before. That's the main one. And of course, hygiene, being representative. So you are representing my business to people, so I want you to look decent. Don't come there like it's so hard to say it specifically because I can just think about my own business and what I need. I'm sure everybody else has different point of view. For example, I don't want a girl showing at work serving my customer with long nail fake nails or whatever, because that's not the job you're getting. I'm sure some of other guys that they are here, they don't mind, they might even like it to look nicer, but not our job. So everything is a little bit different. But I can say the most concern of mine is being on time, being honest, never lie. If you can't make it, tell me the truth. Don't make excuses. And as I said, just be nice. Like,
yeah, no, those are all perfect. I mean, it's about knowing what your employer is, right? When you made a mention of the fake nails, that could be appropriate in some circumstances and not appropriate in others. And as a job seeker, you should look into those sort of things before showing up to the interview and not being dressed appropriately or what have you, right? So Nariman, no, exactly the right answer. Thank you so much. And the reliability, right? I know that maybe other places in the world, it might not be so tight on timelines and things like that, but I know here in Canada, we run a pretty tight ship when it comes to start and end times. So that I know that some students have struggled with that transition at first because it's maybe not as important where they come from, but we like to make them know that yes, it is very important. So Nariman, thank you so much for all that information. Exactly right. Let's go. Why don't we go with Rick?
Sure. Yeah. So I would say, I mean, some of the easy ones be making sure you're professional, whether you're working in the office or in our stores, and we have a good hybrid of both employees. being courteous to your other coworkers or to your coworkers is another big one for us. One of the biggest ones, just being in food retail and especially working in stores, is customer service and going over and above on that customer service side when you are dealing with customers. And then, like Nariman said, like, I mean, there's showing up on time, being respectful. And then another one that I'm big on personally is the work hard and being a team player. And no matter what industry, and unless you're working by yourself, but anywhere you're working with other people, be a team player. And it's not always the easiest thing to do, but that is a key one for us as well.
Completely. Jen.
Yes, I agree definitely with everything that Nariman and Rick said. For sure, being on time, punctual, professional, all that good stuff. But yeah, we also expect our employees to adhere to all of our policies and procedures because we are a healthcare facility. It's really important, and we give all of that information during orientation and training. We have a pretty robust training program. So yeah, it's super important that employees are actively engaged in that training. And if they're ever unsure about anything, please ask. There are no stupid questions. Everybody's happy to go over something if you don't understand it, because we have, our residents to take care of. So it's really important that everyone knows what they're doing. But yeah, if you're not sure, please ask. And then also, I mean, our mission is connect, care, change. Like, we live and breathe by that. Everybody does. And so we hope that the connect, care, change mantra and, going above and beyond to provide those wow moments for our residents, whether they're big or small, we hope that resonates with our candidates and with our new hires. And we really want everyone to embody that spirit. And because what we're doing is Seasons is where we work, but it's where our residents live. And so it's really important that we go the extra mile to make them feel comfortable in their own home. And so, yeah, we really look for that. I mean, a lot of our positions are trainable. There's a lot of things that that can be taught, but, going above and beyond and wanting to give that customer service and wanting to do the connect, care, change model that we have, that's really at the heart of what we look for. So yeah, that's one of our expectations for on the job as well.
Excellent. Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
And Harpreet.
So it's a really interesting question. It's interesting from the different perspectives. I think because we're a business to business, that's saying business a lot of times, I get it, but we sell our business to other businesses.
Yeah.
And we, put our people on our team to go work with our clients from day one. And our clients tend to pay a lot of money for what we do. And we're relatively young. It means that there's a lot of risk factors involved with, is this person professional? Are they going to do what they say they're going to do? There's not all of that stuff behind it. So for us, there's a lot of important things. It's just, like when you're working with clients, you're thinking about things in a positive way. You're not complaining about things. You go into meetings well prepared. You understand your responsibilities. Some of the other things which I think were the same is around, being open, honest, transparent. If you have made a mistake, it's always good to get it out there first, because these things can get worse if they're trying to be hidden or anything. But we also want people to be themselves, because our clients like working with us for who we are. So there's a big component of being yourself, but making sure you're doing all those things from a professionalism point of view that doesn't hinder the business or doesn't make people not want to work with us.
Excellent. And kind of what I'm hearing sort of throughout everybody is that customer service aspect. And I don't think it matters whether you're actually working directly with customers or if you're working with other people on your team who are also your customers. So there's a lot of different ways of looking at that. And I always like to say, because everybody mentioned reliability and being on time, I like the saying, if you're not 10 minutes early, you're late. So walking into the building a minute before your shift probably isn't the best way to deal with things, but being there 10 minutes early and being ready to start your actual work on that time. I like to make that clear as well, because again, it could be a little bit different than from where you're used to. And I know Nariman talked about the hygiene issue, which, be mindful, here in Canada, we do have scent-free policies. However, that being said, The best way, especially in like the brutal summers that we do get here, if you're not familiar with the climate, is just some good deodorant and fresh clothes. You can't smell nicer after a shower by putting on some nice fresh clothes and some deodorant. So just a nice tip. You don't have to bathe yourself in cologne to smell nice. Just some fresh clothes and a fresh shower is always a long way to making yourself presentable and reliable. So thank you so much, guys. So what tips do you have for students on how to present themselves in an interview? So why don't we'll start with Harpreet, start up top again.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of presentation, especially when it comes to interviews, I don't think there's any such thing as being overdressed. If you're, umming and ahhing between should I wear this thing, which is maybe a bit more like professional, do it. I think there's no harm in that. There is a harm in being underdressed. Someone might look at you and go, "Oh, that's not quite what I was expecting." So that's from like a what you look like perspective. I think from a how you come across perspective, there's all of the like good practice on when you greet people, making sure that you're speaking loudly enough, you're speaking clearly, you'll have a good like sentence structure. I think it's really important before you go into an interview to think about the questions that people are going to ask, because you can probably guess 80% of them and have some thought of the answers that you're going to give, because that again comes well like you've thought about this, you care, all of those kind of things. Yeah. So those would be my top tips.
And do you find that, are you doing a lot of virtual interviews? Are you doing interviews in person? Is it a mishmash?
It's a bit of a mismatch, but I feel like all of the best advice for in person and virtual is really, really related. And it's sometimes easy to forget and be like, well, I'm virtual, I'm not going to turn on my camera, or I'm not going to speak as loudly, or I'm not going to look directly into the thing. But they're all the things that have the same positive impact as when you're like face to face with someone as well.
Excellent. Good. Jen.
Yeah, I agree with everything that was already said. But so at Seasons, we're pretty casual. Like I'm wearing my Seasons t-shirt. So we are pretty casual on the job, but when you're going for an interview, we would expect you to dress up a little bit. So yeah, you don't have to be in a 3-piece suit, but definitely look professional and presentable. Makes a really good first impression. And then in terms of being prepared for questions, so Harpreet talked about how you can probably guess 80% of the questions, which is definitely true. What I like to do personally for my interviews is that I like to think of 3 things about the position that really excite me. And I also try to think about 3 things about me that I want the interviewer to know. So that way I know that I'm getting across everything that I want to. So for example, if I completed a project and I was really proud of it and it helped develop my leadership skills, and I want the interviewer to know that, I'm going to think about that while I'm answering the questions and try to like sneak it in, even if they didn't directly ask what I wanted them to ask. Like I'll try to sneak in the 3 things that I really want the interviewer to know about me. And then also the 3 things, it doesn't have to be 3, I'm just saying 3 as an example, but the 3 things about the position that really excite me. So like I see on the job posting, like I get to do this, this, and this, like that's cool because I've done this before, or I really want to learn about this or something like that. So you want to have at the top of your mind, why are you applying for this position? Why do you think you would be great at it? And be able to back it up with your experiences.
Awesome. Perfect. That's exactly what the students needed to hear. Nariman.
Yeah, I agree with all this. The only thing I add on to this one, interview is very important for me to know what kind of person you are. So be on time for interview, for sure. Be on time. Don't be late. Even if you're 5 minutes earlier, be there. So that tells me you're very aggressive for this. Like you really want this job. That's one thing. The other thing that I was gonna say was know a little bit about the job that you're applying for. For example, you're applying for Jimmy the Greek. Why don't you have a quick look in the website of Jimmy the Greek? See what they have. Get a little bit familiar. I don't want you to know everything, but it really helps showing me you're interested. So I wouldn't mind to see somebody comes for an interview and knows at least few of the food that we serve. And have some questions about it. Have questions ready for me. When I ask you, do you have any question? You probably have few questions, but you're not prepped for it as the other guys mentioned here, everybody. So be prepared for your interview, and of course, be sharp, be clean. I don't want my type of job. Dress up, maybe I don't mind it much, but as long as I need to see fresh clothing, show presentative, like nice. That's all.
That's right. Take pride in your,
Yeah.
I think that dressing well is a sign of respect for both yourself and the other person. So you just can't go wrong with doing a little bit more than you normally would, right? So that was good. And do you tend to do your interviews face-to-face, virtually blended? How do you do them right now?
Yeah, I usually do face to face because
Yeah,
I
that's
want to see the person. I don't want to waste their time and do it on the phone, and then because at the end they have to come in and see me. So I would rather to see them face to face.
I think that's a great one. And Jen, I forgot to ask you, I'm so sorry. Are you doing virtual interviews face-to-face, a blend?
Most are in person. The only ones that are virtual are for our management positions, because as you can see, I'm not in the office full time. We're in the office hybrid. So a few days a week we're in the office. You caught me on my at-home day. But yeah, most of our positions are in person because most of our interviews are in person because most of our positions are in person. We have to be there to provide the care for our residents. So.
Excellent. That makes sense too.
Mhm.
And last but not least, Rick.
Yeah, I think it is, and I know everybody touched on it, but just to reiterate the overdressing point, and it doesn't matter what business or what job you're going for. I think it is it never hurts to overdress. And then just the only other thing I'd add, because I do absolutely agree with what everyone else on the panel did say, is be yourself. Just be who you are. Be relaxed. Be comfortable. I know it can be nerve-wracking and stressful, but I'm certain that most people have their things that they do to prep before. I know Jen mentioned her 3 things that she looks at. I don't want to say I'm a big music guy, but music is something for me, and I put on my favorite songs before an interview. That relaxes me and gets me to a better place. So yeah, that's what I would add to that.
I think we froze a little bit. Okay, we'll let Rick finish that up when he comes back on. I think this happened to me last time too. It's terrible when it gets dropped. So I do want to kind of reiterate to the students, us here at Career Services, we can help you with those interview questions. We can help you figure out how to answer the questions appropriately. All of you come to the table with different strengths and experiences, and we want to make sure that you're articulating that to the employers. So we have things such as, it's called InStage, where it's a virtual reality interview platform. It feels like you're right in an interview. It's pretty cool. And all of the students here have access to it absolutely for free. We also have something called Interview Stream, which is another platform that helps you practice your interview skills. I know that the question that almost everybody asks and nobody is ever really prepared for is, tell me about yourself. So if you are not sure how to answer that question in a career appropriate way, please contact Career Services. And if you don't have appropriate work clothes, we can help you with that too. We have something called the Career Closet that we're just getting back going again now that we're going to be transitioning back to campus, which I'm really excited about. So we have clothing for all shapes and sizes for both men and women, and they're all laundered. You can borrow an outfit for your interview and then you bring it back and we get it laundered for you, because we don't ever want finance restrictions being the reason that you don't feel comfortable and you don't feel like you're going to land an interview. So we just want to make sure that you know that we have these services, and they are all provided to you at absolutely no additional cost. So please reach out to us if we can help you in any way, shape, or form that way. Amazing answers today. This employer panel is just flying by. Now I have to make sure we have enough time for all of this stuff. So another question, here's another question. So how can students who are new to Canada start building their network? So why don't we start with, I don't think Rick's not here yet. Okay, so why don't we start with Jen?
Sure. Yeah. So, I mean, attending sessions like this is a great start. attending job fairs and trying to make as many connections as you can. I would try to keep in touch with everyone that you meet in a professional setting on LinkedIn. So, you've met me today. Go ahead, feel free to add me on LinkedIn, and you never know, maybe I will post a posting for a job that we're looking for and it really applies to you. And you can send me a message and be like, hey, I met you at the Fanshawe employer panel and I saw that you posted this, like I want to throw my hat in the ring or whatever. And then conversely, maybe one day, 5 years from now, when you're working in your dream job, hopefully, you might have something that you post on LinkedIn that I think is interesting, and I might reach out to you, because networking is definitely a two-way street. It's not just about what other people can do for you, but what you'll be able to do for them. So yeah, everyone that you meet in a professional setting, I would add them on LinkedIn. That way you can stay connected. But yeah, that's pretty much it. But yeah, attending any opportunities that come up, jump at them.
Perfect. Excellent. Harpreet.
Oh, such a good question. So I feel like there's a song lyric which is like, your network is your net worth, and it's so true. I think just to touch on top of Jen's point, I think another thing you can do with that, which a lot of people are willing to do, is that, let's say you connect with Jen and you want to work at a place and you're looking through her connections and you go, oh, this person works at the place I want to work. I'm sure if you shot Jen a message saying, hey, can you give me an introduction to that person? She'd be more than willing to do so. It would take her, 20 seconds and wouldn't really be a problem. So you can really grow your network through your network's network, and it really expands and really gets bigger. The other bit of advice I'd give is, make your network by doing things you enjoy. If you like some sports, go join a sports club and meet with the people there and connect with them, and then use that same strategy. It's a lot more organic. It's a lot more easier, because sometimes networking can feel really awkward if you're just doing it for the sake of networking. But if you're doing it with something you enjoy, connect with those people, ask those people to help you out. People are willing to do more than you think. So always give it a go. And the worst that can happen is somebody says no, which isn't the biggest deal in the world.
Right. Like, I know I get told no a lot. So I guess I've become really comfortable with getting told no. So that's a really great point, is, what I always say, the more no's I get, the closer to that yes I am.
Mm-hmm.
I could be deluding myself, but I think that's a pretty powerful statement anyway. So Rick, why don't you go next?
Sure. And I apologize, I did lose connection there for a bit.
I'm just happy to see you back so quickly.
Yeah. I'm in the office, which surprises me that I did lose connection, but technology doesn't always work as we want. But yeah, I mean, very good points by Jen and Harpreet. And I like what Harpreet was saying, and that's one of the things that I wanted to touch on is just do it in places and spots that you feel comfortable with, whether it be sports or arts or music or whatever the case may be. Networking can be done not just on a business front, but on a social front as well. And you never know who you are going to meet in a soccer field, or if you're doing piano or whatever the music is, and it can lead to something, or that person could have a connection that is in your industry. So yeah, there's many ways, and I mean, especially with social media these days, if you're on Facebook and Instagram and you're networking that way, some of them are going to be for your personal, but some of them may turn into business networking. So yeah, no, absolutely think there's a lot of ways to do it, and I would say do everything and anything you can to network.
Yeah, good point. I mean, even when you're all networking, all of the students networking with other students who are in the Fanshawe Works, that is networking as well. It's not just getting business opportunities. And I think that if by understanding that networking means a lot more than just getting business opportunities, you start feeling a little more comfortable. I look at it as just making friends. And it just seems to take off the pressure off of me and allows me to be a little bit more authentic. So Nariman, what do you have to add to the discussion?
Yeah, I totally agree with what you said. I moved to London from Toronto like 6 years ago, absolutely knowing nobody in London. So the first few days I was going nuts, and I'm like, what did I do?
Yeah.
What did I get into? And then the first thing I did, I joined for a volleyball team in Forest City, and I have great friends until today from there. And that's how it started. With those friends, we saw other people, like another group. So we went to gathering, to party, and then I spread the word. I got employees from those parties that I've been to, because you know how you introduce each other, and then you get to know, okay, what is this guy's doing? What is this guy's doing? So words get around, and also, as Jen mentioned, job fairs are always a great thing to find a job, but also social media is good for both. Like I put it out, hey friends, I'm looking for this, da da da. It works. I got my first job in the office in Toronto through a friend that I was telling him, this is what I can do if you hear anything, and then that was it. So he called me. He says, we have an opening. So that was it. I was there for 13 years. Yeah, it works. Just put it out there. Don't be shy, and just get out, and you meet friends, and through them, your network gets expanded.
Yeah, that's an excellent, actually, you made a really excellent point kind of on the side about that hidden job network. So I think you guys have learned this week that only 20% of the jobs are normally advertised. A lot of times you do find work through knowing other people. I always like to say how I met Darlene O'Neill. I like to tell everybody because she's one of my favorite people and happens to be a boss now, but she started out as more of a friend. So when I came back into London in 2012, I connected back with Career Services, which for our students joining us today, once a Falcon, always a Falcon. You can always contact our services. And I happened to know that. So when I came back into town, I was put over to Darlene to kind of chat, told her what my goals were. She gave me some really great connections. I didn't really have enough experience to really work at Fanshawe College at that point, but she said, keep working on it, stay in touch. So I kept working on it. I started doing workshop development and I stayed in touch. And years later, an opportunity came by to be able to reach out to Darlene and say, hey, can I, come in for an interview that way? And that's how I landed my dream job. My very first opportunity was also through a friend of a friend. It was actually one of my professors at Fanshawe College. They knew somebody who was looking for a recruiter. And that's how my volunteer experience from high school came into play as well. So you'll find a lot of these things happening in your lives. And the more, like Naraman said, you put yourself out there, I really do think the power of the universe brings it all back to you. And doing the hard work is really what makes sure that you'll be successful. So thank you so much for all of those tips. What kind of references would you like to see if our students don't have any Canadian work experience references yet? What other types of references would you accept? So why don't we start with Rick?
Sure. Yeah, so I would say with teachers, your teachers, your professors that you have, use them as references. Coaches, if you're playing any sports, and when I say teachers, not just school teachers, but if it's any other activity that you're doing, acquaintances, peers, we even family and friends, and especially those family and friends that have professional work experience. There's nothing wrong with using them as references as well. I know a lot of places ask for 3, so you don't want to have your 3 best friends as your reference or as your 3 references, but there's nothing wrong with having one of them, and then a professor and a coach as another 2. So yeah, wide variety doesn't hurt, but yeah, people, that's what references are for. But yeah, that would be my advice for sure.
Excellent. Naraman.
I'll say teachers for sure, professors, teachers, and if you're not even there, even I don't know, landlord maybe, even somebody who knows you, a close friend, somebody with, as Rick said, somebody who has a professional job, maybe, who can say things about you that we need to hear. Anything else better than nothing. Again, I'd rather to see somebody's name and phone number there than nothing.
No, that's a good point. I guess a lot of us don't think of landlord. If you don't have anybody else, they would know. And if you're paying reliably and keeping their place pretty clean, then I'm sure they'd be more than thrilled to talk to an employer on their behalf. Harpreet.
It's a pretty extensive list so far. I think the only one I could potentially add is, if you do go out and have a mentor, them as well. that could be a good option. But I think everything else I could think of has been covered off.
Yeah, I know. You guys are doing an amazing job. That's why I'm trying to rotate it so you're not always last. And then Jen, do you have anything to add to this list?
Not really. Everyone did a really great job. But yeah, like the thing is that we look for when we do a reference check, or like we ask them to comment on their reliability, time management skills, organization skills. So anybody who's able to speak to those would be appropriate. Like even for example, maybe this might be more relevant to Seasons, but like let's say you have an elderly neighbor that you help get their groceries every week or something, you know, you're showing that you are reliable, you're there every weekend, you are able to take instruction, you know, that kind of thing. So anyone that can really speak to those things. But yeah, professors, instructors, mentors, all of that.
Well, and that's a good point too, knowing the job. If you're working with someone elderly and you have a chance in your personal life to bring that into the sphere, I think that makes sense. Good. That's a nice exhaustive list. I'm sure there's more out there, and if students can think of somebody else, they can pop it in the chat. So let's start with Nariman. So in your opinion, are there any unique ways for job seekers to stand out to prospective employers?
I'm not quite sure exactly what you mean by that.
Have you seen any unique ways of people sort of getting in front of you that you would recommend them replicating? We don't need to talk about anything that like was a bad idea.
That's a tough question.
I know it is.
I'd rather somebody else answers first, and then I know what I'm getting
That
into.
sounds good. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. So why don't we start with Jen?
Sure. Yeah, so really a resume, and I think we'll probably talk about it later, but having a good resume that's free of spelling mistakes is really important. And then, you know, the resume is able to get you the next step, which is the interview. So then in the interview, I think that's like your real time to be able to super impress, if that makes sense. So doing your research on Seasons, I can't even tell you how many people I've interviewed and they think that we're a long-term care home, which we're not. We're a retirement home, and it's very different in terms of the level of care that we provide. You know, I've talked to people who think that we're out in BC, and we're not. We're only in Ontario and Alberta. So just taking a couple minutes, even just to look at the website, take a look at, kind of get a general idea of the business. And like Nariman mentioned earlier, like know what kind of food you guys make, you know? But yeah, anyway, doing like your research, and also like taking a look at the culture and the mission, vision, values. I think that's important. I know for us and a lot of other companies do culture-based hiring, and you know, they really look for people who resonate, or who resonate with the culture and who are excited in terms of contributing to it. I think that that's really important. So yeah, taking a look at like getting a general idea of what the business is, and having a look at like the cultures, but we don't expect you to know everything. We want you to come with questions for sure. But yeah, I guess that's it.
No, that's excellent. That's good. All right, Rick.
Sure. Yeah, I absolutely agree with what Jen said. I just wanted to touch base on the resume piece as well, because it's your first opportunity to get in the door. So sometimes it's as simple as just a different font, a different type of format that you put your resume on, than the normal cut and paste can help you stand out. And then I always like to be yourself. We're all unique in our own ways. So be who you are, and that's unique in itself. And then if it's after the interview, there's nothing wrong with being persistent in a good way, as far as following up with any questions or timing, and what the next steps are, because most employers and hiring employers are busy, and they like people who follow up and are a little persistent in wanting the job, and it shows that you're interested in that opportunity as well.
Yep, completely agree. We like to say be persistent, not insistent. So once a week is good. Every day is not.
Good point.
There's a fine line, right? So we like to make sure that we're understanding where this line is.
Absolutely.
I have 20 years of hiring experience. I've seen it all too, which is why I like moderating the panel, because I always like to hear the other side as well. Harpreet, would you like to weigh in on this conversation?
Yes, I think I've got two points to add to everything. I completely agree. One for me is just around the questions that you ask. It always helps stand out for me. And I think specific questions generally are good. A lot of the time I hear really, really vague questions. And for me, it also feels like, you didn't really prepare. It feels like you're just asking this question for the sake of this question. And you're also saying something like, tell me about everything. And I'm like, well, where do you want me to start? And it can lead to like not that great. But I've had the flip where people have been asked really specific questions, and it shows you've done your homework, you've thought about it, you're curious, you want to know more. And those are the more engaging and exciting conversations. And then the second thing I'd say is, going for it and trying to have that conversation, like even being like, hey, can we chat for 5 minutes? Because having a chat with someone, making a connection always has a bit more of a bigger impact. I know some people won't be up for it, but if you just say, hey, can we have a 5-minute chat about this or about that? It is normally quite good advice, and you stay in people's memories because you've gone that extra step.
That is a very good point, actually. And then Nariman, back to you.
Yeah, well, I guess I should say resume, a strong, good resume. That if I say, let's say 10 resume, I go through them. If I need 2 jobs, I might pick only 6 or 7 or 5, depends on how the resumes are. And that means the ones that they not selected, somehow they missed something in the resume that made me put them away. So they already lost that opportunity to come and show and present themselves. But the other ones, then they have a good chance to come in for a good face-to-face interview, right? And then you be prepared, as everybody else said, be prepared, like have questions, have some little study before you go, so you know what you're getting into, what kind of job it is. Don't ask question that is way off, that would throw us off also. So to start, I say is a good resume.
Good. And that's what I'm hearing from everybody is the best way to stand out is by being prepared, having that resume ready to go, and asking those intelligent questions that show that you've actually done the homework before getting in. So my bad, I completely skipped the resume portion question. So I will come back to everybody again and just ask for your best, tip or two about what you like to see on the resume, or alternatively, what you don't like to see on the resume. Because I'll start by saying all employers, everyone that reads a resume has a different impression of what they're looking for. So in career services, we do our best to have a standard template that is then personalized for each of the job and each of the students. So Nariman, we'll start with you just because you did open that up. So why don't you start by giving us your best resume tips?
Well, I don't want a few pages resume for my kind of job, for sure. It will be too boring to read all of it. So I like to see few lines to start a resume with a kind of a personalized, explaining yourself, who you are, what do you do, what's your hobbies, what is your, what you're intending to do. And then after that, you, of course, you want to add all the study, where did you study, then the work experience, volunteer experience, everything you had in there, with the references, for sure. If you work somewhere, I need a number and like supervisor, manager, or anybody, I need a phone number there already. Or well, some people would say available upon request. So I'm good with that also, because I know I can get it. The other thing that is really important for me to see in the resume is available hours. What day of the week, what hours are you available? Because if I'm thinking about the 2 days weekends and you're not available for the 2 days weekend, then I usually call them if I don't see, to make sure before I ask them to come for an interview, to make sure those hours are. But I love to see it in the resume. That will help a lot.
Interesting. Thank you so much for sharing that. I can see what, and again, knowing your employer might help give them the information without them having to call and clarify with you. Thank you very much. That was very interesting. We'll go with, what's Jen?
Yeah, so a resume, I mean, I feel like I've kind of talked about a lot of things like, have no spelling mistakes, make sure it's well laid out. The employers are looking for key information. So what is your work experience? What are the dates? Are they able to get that information quickly? Definitely not too long of a resume. I would cap it at 2 pages, and then also be aware that most people probably don't look at the second page. I know from my personal experience doing interviews, before I worked in human resources, I was teaching abroad, I like teaching English abroad. And I've mentioned it in interviews and people have been shocked. And I'm like, it's on there. Like it's just on the second page. So people probably won't look at the second page. So make sure that your first page is the most important. And then each bullet point where you talk about your experience, you want to make sure that you're talking about a result. So what is it that you're doing? And then what is the impact on the business? So for example, maybe you could write something like rewrote a cold calling script to increase sales by 5%. Or even if I'm talking about my experience now, right here, I would say participated in employer panels with external partners in order to create a more robust candidate pipeline. So like, what am I doing here and how is that going to positively affect the business? But yeah, there's a ton of things. So instead of just saying interviewed candidates, you could say interviewed candidates to make recommendations to hiring managers to hire their best fit. So you want to talk about or think about critically, what is it that you're doing and what is the result? How is it positively affecting the business? Even if you can't put a number behind it, numbers are great, but everything that you're doing has a positive effect on the business, or you shouldn't be doing it. Then yeah, definitely highlight that on your resume.
That was an excellent tip. And I know for some of our students, this is probably the first time that you're hearing a lot of this stuff, but don't panic. We are here to help. We are here to make sure that by the time you get to your first resume, it is properly done in the way that these amazing employers would like it to be seen. So, Rick.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, like everyone, like Jen said, is making it not too long, obviously, and you want to make it easy to read. And then the only other tip that I guess I would have is there's nothing wrong with catering and tweaking maybe your resume based on the relevant position that you're applying for. If you want to move something up to the front or to the top on the personal front, that's a little more relevant to the position you're applying for. There's nothing wrong with tweaking your resume for each different position you're applying for.
And that's a good point, because that is what we instruct to the students is you want to take that extra time to make sure that you're crafting it directly to that employer. Harpreet.
I think Jen gave a near to perfect answer. Honestly, the result and the outcome is for me the most important thing. I'm a one pager. I will probably not read anything beyond a page, and I want 2 or 3 bullet points for each bit being like, here's the thing I did, here's the result I was going for, here's the thing I did, here's the result I was going for. And then I think the other tip is feel free to use a bit of color, feel free to add a few pictures and stuff like that. It does stand out. Lots of 70 to 80% of resumes I see are like plain white background, plain black text. If you do see something a bit different, it sticks in your mind. But definitely don't go overboard, because you can really easily run the risk of this looks silly. So a little bit of color is okay.
Yeah, and again, there's that fine balance, right? We do what, so when he was talking about pictures, I'm certain you don't mean photo, like pictures of the person. Are you talking about, no, okay.
Like you can use like logos for companies, etc., that kind of thing.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Perfect. No, and that's good. And as you guys are hearing, there's 4 different answers from 4 different employers, but they all say the same thing. Make sure it's professional, make sure it's error-free, make sure it's targeted to what you're going for, and just basically make use of that information. So we promote that 2 pages is okay, 3 is not. So you want to stick within 2 pages. I know that when I was employer, it used to be, they take 30 seconds to read your resume. No one's taking 30 seconds. It's more like a 10-second looking for specific information. So we help you students with making sure that your resumes are employer friendly. We want to make sure that all of that most important information is on there so that you're not applying to 10 different places and getting absolutely no response back. So thank you for all of that information. So we're going to open it up to questions very shortly. I think I've got 2 last pieces of question here to go over. So in this post-COVID reality, because it is a much different world than we started 18 months ago. What is the best piece of advice that you can give a student when they are looking for work? So why don't we start, well, I'm just making sure it's all fair. So why don't we start with Harpreet?
Great question. My answer would be, so I think lots of, especially from my experience, lots of people have really, really missed out on that, interaction with people. And I think coming out of this post-COVID world, I think there could be an inclination for people to feel like they can't do it, or they can't pick up the phone, or they can't call someone, or they can't talk to someone face to face. But I still think it just has a massive impact, especially on the people that I work around. They will love it, and they've already missed it, and they crave it. And if there's anything that you can do that will enable that to happen, whether it's just picking up the phone, or like making sure that your face is present, or meeting outside, or whatever it is, can have a really big and positive impact.
Excellent information. Rick.
Sure. No, I like that answer from Harpreet as far as just the learning or relearning for some people the personal interaction. So I think that is absolutely critical. And then just looking for something, and I mean, if it's not in your field, looking for something that has thrived, or a bit industry that has thrived. And there's some industries that haven't done as well, obviously, in the throughout the COVID, and depending on when that search happens and what happens with COVID over the next while, which is obviously the unknown, is look for something that there's a demand for. So yeah, that's what I would add to that.
Excellent. Nariman.
Well, I guess it's all well said, so I don't have much to add to it. I would even, I don't know, I can say, even if you can't hold on to people, like, just walk in. Even I'm seeing it. Sorry, sometimes I'm seeing it only for what I'm looking for, not different jobs.
And that's okay. That's your
So,
perspective is valuable here.
Yeah, it shows me you're more aggressive to get a job. You walk in and you ask, do you have any opportunity? It happened that I hired actually 2 of my good members when we started this business 6 years ago, and they're still working with me. They just walked in.
Amazing, right?
Yeah.
Good piece of advice there too. And Jen, I don't think we got to you.
Yeah, job searching is tough. It's even tougher can we call ourselves post-COVID? I don't know if we're there yet. But during COVID, to share a little bit of personal story, I had been searching for a job because I had the end of my contract. So I was searching for a job, and I had started a new position 6 weeks before COVID happened. And I was super excited about the new job. It was great. And then I was laid off. So I was out of work for 5 months, and they had to let go 70% of the company. And unfortunately, that was half of the HR team. And since I had only been there for 6 weeks, that was me. But yeah, having gone from just looking for a job, and I was getting interviews, like a call, basically almost a call every day. I had a ton of interviews in a week and all that stuff. I went from searching for jobs and applying for jobs every single day for 5 months, and I got 1 interview. And it was extremely tough. And so honestly, like, being tenacious and being resilient are my 2 biggest pieces of advice. I know how hard it is. But yeah, and then anyway, so I had 1 interview and I didn't get the job, but they called me 2 weeks later and they said, look, it's just not the right job for you, but I would love to send your resume out to everyone that we know. And that's how I found my job at Seasons. Seasons happened to need someone. And yeah, so I interviewed with our third-party benefits administrator company, but now I'm here. So rejection is a redirection, even if it doesn't look like it on the surface. But yeah, my heart goes out to everyone looking for a job in general, let alone in a COVID world. But you guys can do it, just keep trying. But yeah, it's hard.
Thank you for sharing your story. That's because people do need to see, right? Like, I know sometimes students even look at some of us, in the support staff and faculty and think we've got it all going on. We've got it all together. Like we're all going through the same thing. I love what you said. Rejection is redirection. That's amazing. I'm going to put it in my cubicle because I want everybody to remember that. Thank you for that. That one actually.
I think I saw it on LinkedIn. I
like
didn't invent it. I think I saw it on LinkedIn.
You brought it to the masses. You get credit for bringing it to Fanshawe Works today, Jen. We're all good that way.
It was great. It was good.
Right? I like that one a lot. Because you're right, because job searching is tough on the ego, it's tough on the psyche, it's tough on the finances, it's hard. And I mean, I know that every single one of us have job searched at some point in time in our lives. I like to say here at Career Services, we're kind of like your unofficial cheerleaders. So even if, because I'm not responsible for getting people jobs, but I'm certainly responsible for helping direct them in the right direction. So if I can do nothing but give them a virtual hug and say it will be okay, keep going, then I consider it success. So I think I'll ask one more question to everybody, and then we're going to open it up to the chat box for the students. So before we do that, my very last question for you would be, at the end of an interview, when we come to do you have any questions for me? You guys kind of alluded to that. What are some good questions that students can ask of you? Because we always make sure that they understand that not asking about vacation time and pay, that's not the original purpose of the interview. But after that first interview, what sort of questions are you okay with them asking when you say, do you have any questions for me? Let's start with, we'll go with Jen. We'll go right down the road.
Sure. Yeah, so I had mentioned before, I really like it when people do a little bit of research about Seasons and know a little bit about the company. So maybe asking something about maybe how we, our culture with Connect Care Change, but what does that look like on a day-to-day level? Like that might be an interesting question to ask because it shows that you looked at the company and you're interested in, we are a very culture-focused company. So it's like, how do we, embody that culture? So that would be a good question. I don't love it when people ask a question for the sake of asking a question. It has to be stuff that you want to know about the job. Like I want to know what is it that interests you in the job, and like what do you want to know more about, kind of thing. And then it also helps me as an interviewer if I get the same question, I'm like, maybe I need to redo the job posting to make it a little bit more accurate. You know what I mean? So if you have, basically I'm looking for genuine questions, and then any questions that shows that you've done a bit of research on our company.
Perfect. Because I like what you said originally, we're knowing what you want them to say and then kind of sneaking it into other answers. I love that. I constantly tell the students about that too, that even at the end, when they say, do you have any questions for me? You can take that final opportunity to say, I didn't mention this, but I really want you to know about it. So that's a good segue for that. Thanks so much, Jen. Naraman.
Well, it would be something. Well, I know you said those are some kind of a typical about the break, vacations, stuff like this, even salary, but still they have to know. So I usually try to put it in before they even ask those questions. But
yeah,
if I didn't, I need them to know that also. So what are the, like, you want to start working with me, so you should know your rights, right? How many, what's my breaking, like how many hours do I get during the week? And then the other thing is, how far can I get with your business? Like, what would be my position in your business if I stay and work hard? Like, so they should know you start from a regular, I can say title, like general work, and then you can get to the manager. Like to be a manager, there's assistant manager. As long as you're hard worker, you're reliable for me, you can grow. So you make more money, you can learn more about the business. One day you might even be able to have your own in future. I don't know. Like you learn everything about it. Like you keep going. So I always tell them there is no limit. So you can go as far as you can. Like it's up to you. You show me what you got, and I help you out through that path.
And I do. I love that. I love the fact that
the things that matters. Like, yeah, I want them to see they really looking for this job. Like they are really into it. That's the thing. Any question should relate to that. Like that you are putting your mind. This is my job, and I'm gonna get good at it. Like this is how I want it to look.
Well, and I like the fact that you've mentioned that if, students do want to stay long-term with companies, like I don't think that most people get into things meaning to jump ship, but it's good to know that even with, opportunities such as what Naraman has with the Jimmy the Greek restaurants, that there's lots of opportunities because we all start somewhere, but we can all follow a path, and knowing that there's opportunities beyond the entry level is good. Sorry, Naraman, your bandwidth's a little bit low, so you're a little bit choppy, and I don't know if you still hear me.
Sorry, yeah, a couple of employees that I had, they were international students, and one of them works for a very famous chef in Vancouver in a hotel. He works in that restaurant, and the other one has his own business in Calgary. So really successful. But those were the ambition ones. Like I knew they would get somewhere. I knew it.
That's beautiful. I love that. And the fact that you believe in people and you want to see the best for them, that definitely translates as well. Harpreet, what would you like to add?
I think my points are similar to Jen's in that I love specific questions. There's an old saying, curiosity killed the cat. That's untrue in this circumstance.
Right.
The cat is very much alive. Ask as many questions as you want and have them be specific. You can ask questions about what Naraman was mentioning, like where could your own development go? What's the path for yourself? What's the path the person interviewing you has been on? Where do they see themselves going? You can ask about the business. You can talk about, the social, economical, environmental impacts. You can talk about where they want to go in 5, 10, 15 years. You can kind of ask whatever you want. But I think being curious and being specific with your questions is what's probably most important, from my opinion, in my stance.
Excellent. And then Rick, what would you like to add to the conversation?
Yeah, not much to add on top of those great answers. But yeah, I think the key is don't just ask a question as a generic question or just to ask a question. But like Harpreet was saying, just be specific. Be specific about whether there be the role or if there's a team involved. Ask about that and them. But yeah, make sure they're more specific, not just general questions that anybody can ask. Would really just be what I would have to add.
Awesome. Yeah. And that's what we tend to, because you don't want to just ask for the sake of asking. You want to make sure it's a purposeful conversation going back and forth. I just know when I say, do you have any questions? And they say no, everyone kind of stares at each other awkwardly. And they're like, well, I guess that's it. You want to end off with on a high note, right? I think we've all been there, maybe on both sides of the fence. So students, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to, Ali has opened up the chat or is in the middle of doing that. We will accept a few questions. I'm being mindful of the time. So we've got a couple of minutes. I'm only going to read out the really general questions. So if you have a specific question and I'm not asking it, feel free to send it to us at Career Services, and we're more than happy to make sure you get the information. And Ali said, reminder, don't share any personal information on this chat. It is simply for questions for the employers. It'll start populating in a second. Oh, here's a good question. So this is, I like this question. If someone is not accepted for a job, how would you suggest they handle like stress and anxiety? Do you have any tips and tricks on keeping themselves mentally motivated and, even physically motivated to continue looking for work? Oh.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to put that out to anybody is welcome to answer. I'm so sorry.
For sure. If you are rejected for a position, especially if it's one that you were really excited about, feel free to ask for some feedback, because it might be something that, it's either your interview skills, because interviewing is a skill that you have to practice and really work at. So it might be improving your interview skills in order to really best convey yourself to the employer. Or it could be, maybe you need to develop a skill. I know that I had a situation at a previous company that I worked at, and we had 2 candidates and they were so close, and we ended up going with a certain candidate because they had stronger Excel skills. skills. So, we told the person who is unsuccessful, work on your Excel skills. And, next time we have a position open, feel free to apply. So having a rejection doesn't mean you've burned that bridge. It might just be a skill that you need to develop, and never feel shy to apply to a company, in the future. So, take that feedback, work on it, and then apply in a couple of years, or maybe connect with the interviewers on LinkedIn. And if you see something come up, say like, hey, we had an interview a couple of years ago, and I since have learned how to do like pivot tables, VLOOKUPs, whatever, like in Excel. And then, yeah, maybe you'll be able to revisit that conversation. But don't harass people.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Don't apply like a week later. Like you have
That's
to
right.
like take time to
Persistent,
develop
not
your skills.
insistent,
Yeah.
right? Completely. Yeah. Yeah. Does anybody else have anything that they would like to add? That's such a tough thing when people are looking for work and they're not getting. I mean, I wanted to work at Fanshawe, my dream job. I didn't get the first interview I took because I didn't have enough experience, but I took that feedback. I worked on it really hard for a couple of years and then I reapplied. So it works. Believe, trust the system.
The only thing I would add is just also putting your mindset in that expectation that sometimes it does take a long time. And if you're aware of what that road might come, it's sometimes easier to manage it. Because I've got friends who applied for tons of jobs before they landed it, and now they're 3-4 years into them and they aren't even worrying about that as it is. But in the moment, it does feel really stressful. But like trying to give yourself the road, it might take some time, and that's okay.
Excellent.
Yeah, and the only other thing I would add, Rebecca, is just if it's taking longer than you want or expected it to take a break. If you're able to go on a vacation or just take a time out from applying for jobs and going for interviews and kind of resetting yourself.
Good suggestion.
Yeah, and if you're not able to take an extended break like that, you can have work looking for a job as your job. So, do your resumes, cover letters, networking, messaging, whatever from like, let's say you're doing it from 9 to 5. At 5 o'clock, you turn it off and you're free to live the rest of your life. And also one thing to mention, like your employment status is not your value as a person. There's lots of people in your life that love and cherish what you bring to their lives. So yeah, please, if you get a rejection, don't think that it's a comment on you and your value as a person, because it's really not. It's really not.
That's a good point, because sometimes you just don't get it because of that skill, not because you're not a good person. No, man.
I don't know if it's a good thing or not, but I wouldn't mind if you get rejected or you're not picked up, ask what was the reason. I would say it. I would help them to know why I did not pick that person for the job, to help them to fix it up. I would. So I don't know, I don't know if it's the right thing to do, but that's my opinion.
I think it's the right thing to do. I personally, when I was an employer, I did try to give feedback to people. I know sometimes employers are a little nervous about giving feedback because of all sorts of things. I think that's more of a US thing anyway. But I think that the more feedback we can give people, because if people aren't aware, how can they fix what they don't even know is broken per se, right? Or how can they work on a skill if they're not realizing that it's lacking? So Nariman, I say continue doing exactly what all of you are doing, because I'm so happy with this panel. Someone had another good question. Approximately how long does it take for an employer to respond to a resume? So I know that it's not the same all the time, but in your experience, approximately when can a person expect to hear an answer if they're going to get an interview?
It really depends. So previous to working at Seasons, I did recruiting at Sephora for the corporate office. And from the time that somebody was like, hey, I need another person on my team, to the time that they were hired, not that they started, but that they were hired, the whole process was like 3 months. Yeah. So it really varies. Whereas at Seasons, on our career page, like those are the positions that we are actively recruiting for, and we move through it pretty quickly because we want to be respectful of everyone's time. Not that Sephora was disrespectful, but it really just depends on the type of position, the type of company, what their process is. So unfortunately, I'm not able to give a specific timeline, but if you have had a first contact with someone, like maybe you've had a phone screen, you're able to, ask like, hey, what's the update? Because sometimes things move slower than we'd like them to. But yeah, unfortunately, I can't give an answer for me personally.
That's okay. Because I think that's probably across the board anyway. But Harpreet, Naraman, Rick, do any of you have a different answer than it depends? No?
Not really, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it does. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, not really. I think from our personal experience, we're a relatively small company, and maybe the volumes of candidates we get isn't as large, and therefore it can be quicker. But sometimes there's a ton of things going on in the background, and people are busy, and it can take a while.
I'll say if I have four employees, hiring one means I'm hiring 25% of my staff, right? So it is important, and how desperately I'm looking for that position, it will make me to look at each resume as soon as I get them, so I answer right away. But if I'm looking for something in advance, I will ask them to give me 3 days. Like I will say, I will have send all your resume by this date. That means I'll have few resume that I can go through and pick the one I think it fits more.
Excellent. Rick, do you have anything to add to that?
No,
I know you guys have a lot of different departments. Like you're quite a large organization.
yeah, and I guess that's what I was going to say is that we are. I mean, there's a lot of different, many hiring managers, different departments. So it just depends on the role, on the area, on the person. Sometimes, unfortunately, some people are a little more urgent, I guess, than others. So I've heard of people hearing back the next day. And I've heard of people not hearing for a few months. So yeah, unfortunately, it is absolutely one of those tough ones that there's not necessarily a set timeline. Like Jen mentioned, if you're able to get some kind of sense, if there's a pre-telephone interview or whatever the case may be, that's probably the best way to find out. But yeah, there's no set time. I don't, not in our organization for sure anyway.
Okay, so really it depends on the role, depends on the size of the organization, but we always promote students keeping track of who they've applied to and where, so that they have their own sort of timeline to do the follow-ups and things like that. So gosh, this hour and a half absolutely flies by. So we've got 2 minutes. What I'd like to do is allow each of our employers one more opportunity to plug their business before I get to say goodbye to everybody. So Rick, since you're right on my screen, why don't you start first?
Sure. Yeah. So once again, I work for the Fortino's supermarket. So yeah, we have 23 stores for the most part in Southern Ontario. Like I mentioned earlier, it's a subset of Loblaw companies, which is the largest privately owned, or not privately owned, but largest company in Canada next to the government. So we employ 270,000 colleagues right across Canada. It is massive. Mainly a lot of store colleagues, but even a lot of office and corporate roles. So I work out of a smaller office right now at Fortino's in Hamilton, not too far from London, I guess, where there's about 100 colleagues here. When I worked on the corporate side, I worked out of Brampton, and there was 3,500 colleagues that worked in that office, which is a small town. But yeah, so I mean, they're very fortunate to work here. Like I said, I've worked here for 14 years, and the opportunities are endless. And I would always say is, as far as that cross-functioning role, and as people are starting out, they don't necessarily, even though you're in a field, you may not, after you get into that work experience, that might not be something for you, but Loblaw certainly does afford different types of roles and allows you to move around. I might be a good example of that, where I was in school for accounting, and when I finished school and I was looking in my field, and I was probably impatient at the time and couldn't find something right away. And they offered me full time at I was at Sobeys at the time as a meat cutter, and I became a meat cutter, and I thought, okay, I'm going to still look, and then I slowly stopped looking. But I was fortunate and moved up throughout this organization. So my accounting still absolutely comes in very handy, but it's not in my field.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that for those plugs. Harpreet.
So like I said at the start, we're a consulting company. So if you're got some kind of analytical skill and you love working with people to solve big problems for clients, that's kind of what we do. We have actually opened our job applications for graduates to start next year. So I'm going to post a link in the chat if anyone wants to have a look. And if that's something that interests you, we definitely would welcome applications from everyone.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Nariman?
Well, we have a fast food restaurant business in the food court in Masonville Mall. Masonville Mall is called Jamie the Greek.
It's delicious.
Of course, it's a Greek cuisine. Thank you. It's a Greek cuisine, and we always look for a good kind of fit, like employee. Doesn't matter what position, as long as it's good employee, we can train for any position that they like to grow into.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us, Nariman. And Jennifer, last but not least.
Yes, so Seasons is, we operate 22 retirement homes across Ontario and Alberta. I mentioned our culture and our mission and vision and all that stuff is connect, care, change. We're all about connecting with our residents, building those relationships, and we're able to change their lives because people don't come to retirement homes not because really they want to, it's because they have an issue, and we're able to provide that solution and then some, and we're able to make a difference in the lives of our residents, but also their families, and that's super meaningful. We can do a lot of training for most of our positions. 30% of our managers have been promoted from frontline roles. We were established in 2009, and 500 of our 1,500 employees have been with us for over 5 years. So we have a ton of horizontal movement and vertical, so across department, as well as working up. Also, we have a corporate office. We're located in Oakville, so we have anything that a business might need. So we have an HR department like me. We've got finance, accounting, marketing. We have all that good stuff. But yeah, I hope
a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and I hope you consider us as a potential employer.
Excellent. Well, I can't thank everybody enough. I know you took time out of your busy schedule, probably called you out of the blue and said, hey, do you want to come join our employer panel? And you all said a resounding yes. So a couple of things, everybody. So the recordings of these sessions will be sent out probably by the end of the week. So if any students don't receive their recordings, we'll make sure that we get those to you. Up next will be the Canadian Workplace Expectations. They will be going on at 1:40, so everyone can take a couple of minutes to do stretching. I apologize for going over the time, but I can't help myself when we have this level of expertise in our midst. So I want to say thank you so very, very much. And if anybody wants to connect with me at a later date, please keep us in mind. Thank you, everybody, so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Rebecca.
You're welcome.
So much.
Take care.
Okay,
Thank
bye.
Gosh, I love that panel.
That was amazing. Good job. Great job. Wow. I was trying to send out key points as they were saying them. Wow. Just so much diversity. And you, Rebecca, are a rock star. What do you guys think, those of you that are still online? Isn't she amazing?
Thank you. I have so much fun.
She sure is. Yeah. Anybody in hospitality programs? She's your girl. What else do you have, Rebecca?
I've got School of Public Safety and School of Community Studies as well. So if you're any of those 3 courses, you're stuck with me. But if you're on the other ones, we have some amazing people to help you as well.
So good. And there's Sue Bennett.
There's Sue. Looking lovely and ready to go.
All ready to go.
Awesome. I have an Ignite meeting in a few minutes. So we're meeting to plan our next big event for all of you that are listening, Ignite, that I talked about. And I will leave the Ignite meeting early and just come back and say a quick goodbye, Sue, before you're done. What time are you finished, Sue? 2:30?
Yes. Yes.
Well, best of luck, Sue. I'm going to go get ready for my Ignite meeting, but good luck, hon. I'll talk to you later.
Fantastic.
Goodbye, everybody.
Sounds-
Thank you so much for tuning in.
And
I'll
we'll
stay.
just
I'll stay and introduce you, Sue.
beautiful.
Okay. Do you have Robert's slides too as well?
Yes, I do. And I had it all approved by him because we've made a few tweaks and we're all
Okay.
go.
Good.
That way it's comprehensive.
Yeah. I like your red shirt.
Thank you.
Everybody, when you come to Fanshawe, you're supposed to wear red.
That's the color, nice and bright.
Not like me today. I have white, but white is one of Fanshawe's colors too.
Yes, absolutely.
I just turned the video off. Oh. I'll quickly introduce you, Sue, before we get started in 8 seconds. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I know it's probably like the middle of the night for some of you. Maybe it's early morning in another part of the beautiful place that you live in, wherever that should be. Before we get started, I just wanted to say thank you very much for sticking with us. And I'd like to introduce you to Sue Bennett. So Sue is actually one of 13 cooperative education consultants that also work on my team. And Sue is going to talk to you today about living in London and what the labor market looks like. And Ali just sent a message that I think you all might have gotten about asking how you enjoyed Fanshawe Works, and how you, anyway, you guys can read it. I'm not going to read it. I just lost it. I'm going to turn it over to Sue, and she'll be able to tell you everything that those employers you just watched didn't tell you. So go ahead, Sue, and thanks, everybody. I'll pop back in just to say goodbye at the end of the day.
Thanks, Darlene. Hi, everybody. So glad to be here. So excited for you all starting this journey. I'm just going to queue up my screen and presentation. Let's see what you can see. Probably, I'm hoping you can see my presentation. You know, sometimes this technology is the biggest challenge. So I've lost my chat. Where'd the chat go? Let's just make sure that you can see.
We see the presentation, Sue.
Beautiful. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you. Okay, so Canadian workplace expectations. First, I just wanted to show you, when you're on campus, you will get to see our beautiful reception area in the career and co-op department. It has little meeting rooms. You can meet individually with your co-op consultants. You can meet with employers and interviews when we are back to face. It is a wonderful place for you to spend some time. Here is a staff picture from before COVID. I missed this shot, but you'll see Darlene and Rebecca and a lot of the career consultants as well as co-op consultants all working together collaboratively. It's just such a positive team. You'll want to get to know us. And all of us do have office hours. So we love to meet with you via Zoom or Skype, FaceTime, on the phone, and hopefully eventually before you finish, we will be able to meet with you face to face. So my presentation is on this screen. If you think I'm looking over, that would be a technology challenge, getting it in front of me. But that is part of the world we're in. Getting a job is work. Learning and staying informed about our job is work. It is a constant moving target. You will find that employers are very impressed with you when they see how you fit with their place of work. And fit has everything to do with who you are as a person. You all come to Fanshawe with education, with experience, with very specific technical skills, and you're going to elevate those in a field of your choosing. But that may all be equal to another individual. You and your best friend may be doing identical work. So what sets you apart if the interviewer is talking to both of you? Your personal qualities, the traits that you bring as a person, including your, these are all adjectives, how friendly you are, how dedicated, how reliable, how competent, how quick a learner are you. This is what an employer wants to hear you talk about in your interview, in your cover letter, and they want to see it on the job. They want to see it in action. And you will be learning how to become a master storyteller so that you can ensure that you will fit in a job. Employers also want to see that you are a quick learner, that you're adaptable and flexible. And what does that mean? That you're using your eyes to observe what is appropriate behavior. Because as much as I can share with you about Canadian workplace expectations, there are some general ground rules. There are also individual expectations in a hospital that will be different from manufacturing, that will be different from an accounting firm. Different deadlines, different expectations on how you ask questions, how involved you are in a project. This is something that you sometimes do not learn until you're on the job. So the best preparation you can do is by doing what you learned in the Inspire meeting this morning, meeting people who work at the company, either through LinkedIn, through informational interviews. This is all layers. Everything we have informed you about over the last 2 days is layered to prepare you for the workplace. You will hear some repetitive information from me, and it's because it's so important. The Canadian workplace expectations are woven through Fanshawe. Fanshawe is an employer. We are explaining to you as employees as much as instructors or facilitators, or, you know, some of the people were professors such as Darlene, how it is that you would show up in a Canadian workplace. So understanding business etiquette, polite manners. There is Canadian workplace YouTube videos all over the place. How do I conduct myself first day on the job? We will share with you, but it's also through repetition that you're going to learn, especially if you're still abroad in your country of origin. Learning how to communicate effectively is a key piece. Think about the word communication. What does that mean to you? As you listen to this presentation, there are two obvious forms: me delivering information, you listening. But are you hearing what I'm saying? Is there something going on unspoken in my body language? Because body language, or the unspoken, is equally as powerful as what you say. If you say, I'm really confident in what I know, is your face also confirming your confidence, or are you standing tall? Body language. Again, we are going to talk to you about this because you already do everything I'm talking about. You just maybe have not put a label on that behavior or that unspoken communication. But employers are looking past anything written. The resume and cover letter get you in the door, but it's your whole entire presentation, even if it's on a virtual interview. Your face has to match the words. You have to speak clearly so they understand and hear what you're trying to deliver. So these little layered pieces will help inform the employer whether they will hire you. And as you start in the job, you'll learn to read body language, tone, words in the meetings, so you know what is appropriate behavior. Employers definitely expect polite and professional manners, but they also expect a certain level of competency with English. The spelling mistakes or the errors in phrasing are also taken into consideration when you're trying to get your foot in the door. So, and it is really one of those key pieces that you will find continues to improve the more you practice. You have heard, I'm sure, about volunteering. And even if you're volunteering in another country, that all improves your ability to read people, read their body language, read their language that they're speaking, so that you really become a better version of you. Another Canadian employer expectation is around accountability, reliability, and attendance. Many individuals can do the work and do it better than anybody else, but if you don't show up, the employer will not be happy. Many people you will meet in the workplace have never taken a sick day in 10 years. That is not the expectation. Most employers do allow for you to be ill, but you need to have professional communication to let them know you have an appointment, you have a family commitment, you have to take your children to different meetings. You need to let employers know well in advance of any reason your attendance will not be what they expect. Again, in the first 3 months of any kind of job, there is the expectation you'll have zero absenteeism. There is every expectation you'd show up not on time, but 10 minutes before. That's what being on time in Canada is, especially in a new job. But you'll also notice that your professors at Fanshawe will be happy if you log in 10 minutes before class. And if you're on campus, that you're 10 minutes early. That's when you can talk to your professor sometimes. It's the best time to talk to them because after class, there may be a new class coming in. Again, different in person than virtually, but being on time in Canada really means being early. And the employers trust that you will understand that. I'm not going to spend too much time on appropriate dress because it has changed a lot during COVID. We are much less formal wearing suits. However, looking neat, looking prepared, not shuffling papers. We have a whole section on what you are having going on in the background, that people aren't walking by, that your face is well lit, that you're wearing clean clothing, maybe no logos. In person, it will go back to this. So it's important you understand when you go for a job interview, having a clean white shirt and black trousers or black skirt for women is really appropriate for men and women. It really is. Dark, plain bottoms with a light colored top or small print is basically what we've advised for many, many decades. It's really looking polished, looking put together. We're not going to coach you right now because your interviews are further down, but no ripped jeans, plain shirts. We don't want you to go spend $300 on a suit, but we do want you to be neat and tidy and in your best outfit for your job interview. Having initiative and motivation on the job are things you demonstrate. It is so much easier to tell a story about how you demonstrated initiative by actually being in action. Did you see the garbage needed to be taken out? You just did it. You didn't wait to be asked. Did you see that you needed to make coffee? If you're in a small office with 10 people, everybody takes a turn to make the coffee. Again, COVID protocols may have changed that a little bit, but we're hoping to move past that. And it's everybody care for everybody else in the office. The care and concern goes beyond the working relationship. It's not that not that you're best friends with coworkers, but you're mannerly, you're polite, you're concerned if they're absent for a couple of days, you shoot them a little email, you're motivated to get the work done and ask for more work, asking for a little bit more work, not sitting there and waiting for somebody to notice you're not working, but being the go-ahead in self-directed individual is what a Canadian employer expects. Do more than what is expected. And if you don't know what that means, then ask, hi, I finished my assignment. Can you take a look at it? I have another hour before the end of my shift. What else can I do? Who can I help? Is there other work for me? There's many ways to ask that, and showing that initiative and showing you're motivated to do more will give you a tremendous sense of personal accountability and accomplishment, will impress an employer beyond what is measurable because they see your intention. An intention is hard to verbalize, but easier to show somebody. They show your intention is to always do your best. Your intention is to learn more. Maybe you're making mistakes, but you're learning all the time. That is what an employer wants to see and wants to hear about. So being proactive is highly, highly valued. When you are learning new skills, do not hesitate to ask questions. Be comfortable making mistakes and saying, I'm not sure this is right. Our employers, for instance, Darlene is my boss. Instead of coming to her with a problem, my goal is to come to her with a problem and a possible solution, that I've given it a bit of thought. This was my circumstance. This is what I thought. Do you have advice for me? Is there a way I can improve this? Is there a way that I'm able to really help a circumstance even more. So those are key points for you to remember as you're becoming a new team player. Having that willingness to be readily adaptable and ready to learn. Again, Darlene comes to me all the time with, can you try this? Do you have time for that? I very rarely would say no. You make the time, you become more efficient, you become more professional in helping your team as well as helping your whoever you're working for and working with. The taking responsibility and asking for more, again, highly, highly valued among Canadian employers. A new job is a chance for a fresh start. All of you in co-op work terms will take a health and safety certificate. This is added value for you. Health and safety in the Canadian workplace is a number one key component of every workplace. We give you an orientation, and then each workplace will specify hazards and protection within. We know with this COVID pandemic, for instance, how much there was a shortage of personal protective equipment, right? Some places were not ready. Some places did not have their supply chain set up, and there was a shortage in manufacturing, and people were using the same PPE over and over and over, and it caused big problems. When you are going to a new job in Canada, they now are 100% ready with all of the protocols. Safety is mandatory. We've just heard that vaccines on campus are becoming part and parcel of an expectation. Things are definitely changing. The health and safety certificate is a really good start to orient you because you have rights as a worker in Canada to being healthy and safe, and they're equal rights across you, the manager, the supervisor, the owner. Everybody's equal. Safety is number one. So companies pride themselves on having zero issues, and that's big time in manufacturing places. And there are policies in place for a reason. We're here to help you be safe in every workplace. So employers do want people who work together well. We talked about communication, that it's more than just talking and listening. It's hearing what the message actually is through tone, through face, through words, through the watching what is everybody else doing, am I understanding, and through asking questions. And valuing each other, treating everybody respectfully is also an expectation. The honesty and trustworthiness really go beyond, it's enough said. There is an expectation of privacy, confidentiality. We have very strong laws around that in Canada, and the employer expects you to keep your password sacred, do not share company information on Facebook. We will coach you. Do not post poor remarks. If you're in a workplace and it's not good, we still advise against, because a future employer may be afraid you'll do the same to them. They don't know you yet. So again, we work together to help you be very vanilla, we call it, on your social media. Employers are looking at your social media. You don't want to put anything that would turn them away from hiring you. So clean up that social media, because they expect you to be honest, professional, trustworthy. You're not kids anymore, you're adults. And that messaging never goes away. They can scroll back. And it is something you want to keep your privacy confidential as much as possible, and understand that employers expect the same. When you are working with a company, the understanding is you're actually one of their representatives. Even if you're in a production job, you're still representing the company. So managing that messaging is meaning that you really are their voice, their spokesperson, that you speak highly of them. If you're not speaking highly of a Canadian employer, then you're in the wrong job. You need to find a new employer, because that would just demonstrate that you're disrespectful and there's a miscommunication, and maybe it is not a good fit. That word I used at the very beginning of the presentation. speaking positively about the company is really part and parcel of being professional and respecting. And the more you practice this, whether it's with colleagues or whether it's with coworkers or classmates or professors, the easier it will be. It may not be your general nature to speak positively, but in Canada, people do, and they're very, very friendly and optimistic. So that would be noticed if either you don't say something positive or you're saying negative things. It would stick out. And that's why we just want to alert you to that right from the get-go. So your career begins the first day of college. What I'm going to do is stop the share, and I'm going to see if I can figure out how to share it better, because having it on my side computer isn't working for me. And I don't know why it won't share in front of me. This next part of the presentation is part of the ledc.com. ledc.com is where the one that I posted earlier in the chat. ledc.com is where you're going to find all relevant corporate information in London, Ontario. London is a mecca for insurance companies, healthcare companies, manufacturing, especially food. We call it agribusiness. And this site is just a wealth of information. Again, in the career courses, we are going to talk a lot about this, but let me tell you a little bit more about London as a place to live, learn, work, and play. It really has very, very beautiful neighborhoods that people live in. They love to live here. It's known as the Forest City. So lots of trees, lots of lakes, bike paths. It's a beautiful place to explore, and you can make a very good living here because we've got such diversity of industry and many tech sector, manufacturing sector companies come here specifically because of our location between Toronto, a huge expensive city, and the United States border, which you may have heard of Detroit, Windsor, Detroit. Windsor is in Canada, Detroit is in the US, and we're dead in the middle. So 4 hours from Toronto to the US border, and we're right in the middle. So the companies and corporations love our location. It's not as expensive as Toronto. It's still close to the American border for export and import. And there's a very big, diverse group of companies for people to work at. And the other piece is the educational centers. We are a university city. We're a college city. There are private colleges and lots of apprenticeship and micro-credentialing and independent courses that people can continuously learn. So we're an educated city, if you can put it that way. So about LEDC, I encourage you to go to this website. It really does talk a lot about the Forest City. There's some beautiful videos on this. I want to leave time at the end for you to ask questions, so I'm not going to spend too much time here because the vast majority of this information is on the LED site. But I did talk to you about the relationship between Detroit and Toronto. Here we are on the map in southwestern Ontario. There is Detroit, there's Toronto. We're pretty much central Canada, and Ottawa is the Canadian capital city for those of you who are not from Canada. And there are some quick facts across some of the industries. So you can see the diversity of industries in the London area. That gives you so much hope and opportunity. They all know about Fanshawe. And so that opens the door for you when you're looking for employment and they see that you're a Fanshawe graduate. It's fantastic for you. The diverse population has happened over the last 30 years because the diverse companies have come here. Automotive is another sector I haven't mentioned. We're exploding in aviation. There's just so many areas and sectors that are coming to the London area because it's affordable for companies and for people to live, care for their children, and build upon their community. Playing in London, we have a very strong music scene, lots of local varsity teams and local teams for the children. If you have families and you want to get your children involved in the sporting activities, whether you pay for them or they're free in the community, they're easily accessible. And this is why families come to London. So again, I'm not a salesperson for London, but I do love the city for all that it has, and literally takes 45 minutes if you're in a car to cross one side to the other. A bus definitely takes a little longer, but they've improved the bus routes, so it's really accessible for everybody to enjoy all these wonderful parts of the city. I mentioned as well, it's a high education focus, lots of people wanting to come to school here. And this slide is beautiful because it just shows you the opportunities for you to work in London are across the board. The vast majority of positions are actually with small to medium companies. What does that mean to you? That means if you're hired in a small to medium company, you will use the breadth of your skills. You may have already worked for 2 or 3 years, or you may have never worked and are open to doing 3 or 4 different roles in a company. Small businesses, you're wearing many hats throughout the day. Maybe you cover the front desk at lunchtime when everybody else is gone for lunch. So you get to be at customer service if you're in the back office. I started in 2 different small businesses and learned everything I needed to know to subsequently open 3 companies. I've always worked in employment, so one of the last companies was coaching and mentoring people for success in employment. So I speak from a wealth of knowledge, but I have to tell you, I called on a lot of the companies that are in these lists, and they're so happy to bring your knowledge, your wisdom, and your latest Canadian Fanshawe graduate information, cutting edge, to their employees, because this is where they get to leap ahead and build their market share and profitability. You contribute to that, and that is part of what draws them to London in the first place. Here's a listing and some logos of some of the companies. Again, check out the LEDC website. You'll see these listed with links to those websites, and you can see mission, vision, what's important to those companies. There are so many people employed in manufacturing, another very strong sector here, whether it's food or spices or automotive, consumer goods. These sectors, maybe you have experience already in marketing in one of these, and you can find a sister company here. Or you have worked here and you want to move somewhere else, and you can find this sister company there, because a lot of companies have partnerships and are ready to recommend you if they've seen you in action already. The digital media tech, I didn't focus on too much, but that is a strong and growing sector. We have a number of companies that develop gaming, as well as tools that are used for learning. You're going to see your online instructions using more avatars, maybe using little games and symbols and video snippets as they're coming through. So that makes your online learnings and e-learning so much more interesting and interactive. And the digital companies are supporting a lot of those efforts, as well as helping students in, for instance, business analysis, create the dashboards or do data studies, and a lot of that has been driven even by COVID, people wanting to know statistics and manage greater amounts of data. So the tech sector continues to grow. And healthcare, for sure, London, Ontario is renowned. We have a children's hospital. We have a regional cancer center. We have many specific research facilities affiliated with our university and our college, Fanshawe College. The research and innovation in this city is second to none. We are known globally and have many global partnerships in the research area. And then professional services support all of these. Many of the small businesses are consulting across the board, whether healthcare, insurance, research, or learning. And the consulting firms are growing and expanding. That is where small business has really flourished. So whether you're working with finance or investment or advising, human resources, the consulting professions are exploding on the London scene. These are buttons you'll see on the LEDC website and the business directory. Again, all of these companies are linked, so it makes your searching for a job and just for knowledge very, very simple. This is, one of the best sites that we have available. Oh, I'm getting a security thing happening. So let me see. London and area works. Tuesday, September 21st is a job fair. Even though you're just starting out at Fanshawe, I encourage you to attend. It's a virtual job fair because becoming comfortable with technology, becoming comfortable and practicing this is part of your success ratio when you're going to be doing your job search later. You can actually talk to some employers, let them know you're new to the marketplace and see what they have to say about what is a key value at their company. What do they look for across the board when they're hiring? Practice talking to employers. This is the major job search career fair in London. There is one in the spring, but this is the bigger one, the more popular one. Additional resources are linked here for you. Workforce Development is another valuable website for you to check out for London and area information on Canadian workplace expectations. Night Hunter and Workopolis have jobs listed so you can start to get a sense of who is hiring. You have a little bit of time before school starts and really you want to land employment. So what is it employers want to see? Don't take it from me. You do your research by looking at actual company sites and make a little list of who excites you and why. A top 20 list is what you'll hear us talk about in careers. Something that really grabs your energy. Maybe you saw an ad on TV or heard it on the radio or saw it on the internet or looked for it specifically because you wanted to work with ice cream or automotive or healthcare. These are all the areas that London shines in. And I really am excited that you have chosen Fanshawe and that you're ready to join the Canadian workforce here and are interested to know about what is going on here. I would like to invite you to ask any questions. I've got the chat open and I'm happy to answer and address any questions. I think Ellie can open your messaging. Let's see, is it easier to get a job in London or Toronto? Really depends on so many factors. Toronto, it can be tricky because distance plays in. Here, you're virtually a bus ride away from most jobs. So it again may not be your skills or knowledge. It may, if I'm living in Mississauga, can I get the job downtown Toronto? So that is a tricky question. What is the COVID situation? We have ontario.ca. That is the site that gives the latest ontario.ca. Oh, I sent that to Ali, so sorry. COVID stats every day. They give an update. And I think in the province, there's 500. I'm not sure what London's like, but we heard this morning from our president, there has not been one transmissible case from Fanshawe College or staff or students, which is huge. How competitive is the construction field in London? If you drive around, you will see cranes. It is very competitive. Problems, I talked to an HVAC employer last week. He said the problems are in the supply chain, getting the air conditioners and elevators from overseas because the container ships are so full. So the construction business is very, very good. Housing is exploding. It's growing on every single side of the city. So that is a very interesting and growing field of work. Let me just scroll back up here to agenda. Will a healthcare MNC recruit be on a part-time basis? Honestly, I do not know. I do not know specifically, but we have career consultants in the Career Center. that I encourage you to talk to. And there's a career consultant, there are 5, and they're affiliated with the different schools, and they know more about part-time opportunities at the Fanshawe area. Should we look for a part-time job that in the end could land us in a co-op position if we're in a co-op program? Sure. I personally work with the supply chain students, which are students involved in inventory, customer service. So many of them can work in fast food because it's directly related. And many of them have chosen during COVID to stay there for their co-ops. Others say, no, that is a part-time job. I want to work in manufacturing or in insurance and do different kind of work for my supply chain. I want to do purchasing now. So that is a possibility depending on the kind of part-time job. I think if you're in aviation and working at McDonald's, it would not fit, right? So it really is dependent on the work and your program. Are big companies open to employ students for part-time jobs? Again, it's a very unique scenario because some big international corporations are run like small businesses because they just have an office here, so they would hire students. The big box stores hire a lot of students. Home Depot and Lowe's, the renovation business is booming. We talked a little bit about construction. During the COVID times, this area has prospered. And housing market, there's a supply and demand, there's a shortage of housing. So the housing market is very strong. And so big companies can bring students on because they're looking for good workers. They're looking for help, support. Farms are looking for help and support. Most sectors, I have to say, are looking for help and support because the market is opening up again. And people who were in full-time jobs who perhaps took early retirement, then they went back to school, there's an opening there as the company gets bigger. So last year it helped companies when a bunch of people retired, but now those companies want to grow again and they will be looking at the students because you've got the fresh knowledge and energy and attitude. So there is a lot of promise for you as you are entering your job opportunity. What do you suggest a part-time applicant do? Walk in with a hard copy or submit online? So do the research online for sure to see what is acceptable for that employer. And then once you do that, I'm thinking grocery stores. The smaller grocery stores, they want to see you resume in hand. Go in, ask to see the manager, see if they're hiring. They may take your resume and then say, you know what, go and apply online, mention my name. So there is a wide variety. Other places like manufacturing, you try to get in, it's a secured entrance, locked. They only will accept you online. Others will, there is an ice cream plant that is busy in the summer making ice cream. They love you to bring your friends. Everybody use word of mouth, which means you bring a friend. If you're a good worker, they're going to assume your friend is a good worker too. So that word of mouth is very, very powerful. It is a variety of ways to land your job. I'm from the pharma background. Is it easy to get a job in pharmaceutical companies or pharmacies? What is the procedure? So pharmaceutical is specific. There are some very tight regulations around that. You're going to learn a lot in your classes around what is the expectation for working in the pharmacy department. However, we have a lot of drugstores. It's retail. You may have heard of Walmart. Walmart is certainly in the States and in Canada, and they have pharmacies. There always needs to be someone stocking the shelves, working with the products and the customers, and that's sometimes how you get your foot in the door. So when you have the credential, you have first crack at that full-time or part-time opportunity in the pharmacy. Suggestions finding a part-time job with our college class schedule. So when you apply for those part-time jobs, you put the hours you're available and make it simple. If it's every Saturday and Sunday and a Monday night, then put that in your cover letter. There are workshops already available starting next week through the Career Center that talk about how to write a resume. If you're in the co-op program, you will learn that in week 2 of the co-op classes. But that doesn't mean you can't get started now if you're local and you want to start that job hunt. And you just simply mention those hours if it's a part-time job. If it's a full-time or co-op job, you never would mention hours. I just want to make that clear. Does having a 1-year postgraduate work permit affect our chances for a full-time job after graduation compared to a 3-year postgraduate work permit? No. And the reason for that is because we don't know ever. We never know who our competition is. It may be a previous employee. It may be somebody who worked at the same company from another province who moved to Ontario. It may be a retiree who they're looking at you and the person retired. It may be a nephew in the company and they pick you because you've got the college education, and the nephew just has the family, has maybe worked there just summers but doesn't have the education. We never know who a company is considering in addition to you. So it is an entire picture. You may have a 1-year postgraduate work permit and a much better positive attitude than the person with the 3-year. So that's why I can categorically say no, because they are hiring you as a person with your attitude as much as your credentials. So we've got some more time. I've got lots of questions here. How to register for the job fair? Go to the career site and or it's on London and Area Works. I'll just put that in. Maybe somebody can put, oh, Nathan, sorry. Should be everyone here. I'm sorry, I don't have that right at the minute, but maybe somebody can search for that and pop it on. How to apply for jobs on campus? Go to the careers on your job site, and there are all the jobs listed there for you as a new student as well as an alumni. Once you graduate, you can access that. Media jobs scenario in London. That is a really, again, very specific question. I encourage you to reach out to your career consultant, because media is radio, like written, but there's so many blogs now. There's so many small publications. There are so many, there's the Fanshawe radio station. It isn't one size fits all. It's a very thriving industry here in London, and you're of an information interview. It's getting information. It's selling yourself. So that could be really a great way for you to start that job search. As an EC1 student, can I get a part-time job apart from school? Yes, absolutely. How to contact consulting regarding jobs. I'm not sure what that question is. I'm so sorry. Can we get a list of potential employers in a particular sector? LEDC.com has a list of all the employers that are booming in London. There's 900 jobs posted on there. If they're hiring, chances are they're interested in you as a student at some point. You keep your eye on them. Pick those top 20, get to really know them. And that is the list of companies right there. I can't give you a better list than that. Especially, I mean, it's broken out into the agribusiness, so check that out for sure. The recording will be sent or available to anybody that registered with Fanshawe Works. Can you work 2 part-time jobs at the same time? I don't see why not. If you are an international student, you do have a student permit that allows you to work up to 10 hours, up to 20 hours a week on a student permit. So if it's 10 and 10, that's okay. What are the internet usage policy of Canadian employers? As we know how important the internet is, do employers allow you to use? No, I would say no. They may, but if you have a personal handheld device, they may or may not have Wi-Fi. No personal business at the work time. I mean, think of in the olden days, we had the rotary dial telephones. We would call our home once a day, do you need milk, and come home. I mean, I know social media is big time, but you will have scheduled breaks and lunch hours. And that is the only, and make sure, for heaven's sakes, do not answer a phone call in an interview. If there's nothing else you remember, that is key, or you'll never get a job offer. But aside from that, it's distracting to an employer. They don't feel like you're listening. It's again, that body language. If they're talking to you and you've got your face in the phone, what is the message you're conveying? It's shifting, but you have a lot of employers who may be my age, and we grew up with a different generation. That eye contact is really, really important. It shows that you've got my attention and I've got your attention. So being involved with Discord or watching YouTube videos while you're supposed to be working is called stealing time, unless it's related to the work of the day or unless you're on a break. So you're going to be told, you may have to sign, I will not do anything related to work on my work time. It's pretty strict. How do you register? We talked about that. Part-time jobs online, or well, a lot of the students part-time jobs are at the fast food, I have to say, or Walmart customer service, and they are looking after the screening. COVID is not booming right now yet in London, although last September there was a spike of university students who all went to a party. So beware. If you're in London, stay socially distant and wash those hands. There's a bad cold going around, which looks like COVID symptoms. So just be super careful if you go anywhere in person with more than one person. Can you give some insight on mechanical engineering? Huge. Any engineering in the London and Toronto, this area is very, very strong. So again, your LEDC is a great resource for you to look up those engineering companies. And should I start social media accounts for Canada to avoid problems with not being plain on social media? It doesn't hurt to have a brand new social media account and a Gmail email account. Hotmail doesn't interface that well with the college and many large employers. And having a clean social media account is, again, employers are looking, they have access. So you want to protect your future opportunities and you want to convey that positive go ahead kind of attitude. It doesn't hurt if you feel that your current situation may deter from them getting a good impression of you, because they are data gathering about you as much as you're data gathering about them. You're going to represent them, right? So that part is really important because social media is there forever. So make sure you guard what people can see. Hourly minimum wages for international students in part-time jobs. Our hourly minimum wage is $14.25. And that is the bare minimum that you would be paid. They cannot go lower than that unless in some server restaurant situations, there is a server wage for waiters and waitresses because you get tips. Any other kind of job at a big box store or customer service or fast food will pay you that minimum wage. Excellent. Thank you, Ali. Part-time jobs for students during COVID. Okay, we talked about that. Age affects the possibility. I hope age does not affect the possibilities.
No.
How to contact career consultants. Okay, we have a career site at Fanshawe. I don't know if someone can pull that up because it's on the Fanshawe College Career Entrepreneur. Darlene, maybe you can grab that for me. What are the okay, we talked about the internet. Now, the social insurance number is your SIN. And yes, you do need a SIN to work in Canada. And that is actually the first week of school. There are on campus, if you're in residence on campus, Darlene, can you address that? Actually, I'm not certain if they're running that clinic for the social insurance number. I know they have previous terms. Oh, we can't hear you. Sorry.
I'm running around the website trying to find the careers website to share with everybody.
Yes.
So
And
the social
insurance.
keep track of your emails that are coming from international at fanshawe.ca. They do have clinics to get your social insurance number the very first week of school. So just keep track, and it will be in all that information that's being sent to you on a regular basis.
Thank you. So all of my experiences are IT, VJ wrote. Will that negatively affect my job application in other industries? And another question is, are healthcare jobs easy? Remember, we talked about a complete package in terms of your education, your experience, all of the skills that you have, and who you are as a person. So one strength, such as all that IT strength, will not negatively impact you if you have a lot of current education, that you're friendly, you ask questions, you're a good critical thinker. That is what shows that you are going to be adaptable and flexible in the workplace, which means more than any of those skills that they can teach you. They're going to teach you skills, but they can't change you as a person, how you show up, being your accountable, readily engaging person that you are. So it's your personality that they measure in those short interview meetings before they bring you on. And it's what they're looking at that first week on the job. So that doesn't negatively affect you if you've only got a very narrow kind of expertise, because you have something called, and I know you heard about it, transferable skills that take you throughout every career you'll ever have. Your ability to organize, your ability to communicate, think on your feet and talk to people, that communication piece. That goes every job, right? So don't get hung up on just having an expertise in one area. That's why you're here at Fanshawe, to broaden your knowledge and learn so much more to make you a really valuable employee in the future.
Sorry, Sue, I'm going to cut you off. I hate to do that, but it's 2:30. I think that we promised.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm here, Sue. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear Darlene? Give me a thumbs up. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you, Darlene. I think Sue disconnected. I don't know.
Okay,
She's back. She's back.
Here I am. Oh my gosh. It's like, where is everybody? Sorry. Okay. That was a way to end the meeting.
Okay. The value of internet, eh? You never know what's going to happen. So everybody, I'd like to say thank you to Sue for her presentation. It's been great, Sue. Thank you very much. She always volunteers to do this because she loves to talk to students. So it's just exceptional. Thank you, Sue. On behalf of the international team and the team at Career Services and Co-op, I just want to say thank you. I want to congratulate, let me just see, all 126 of you for hanging in there and getting all the information you can, because you are the 126 that are going to be the most successful, right? We welcome you to Fanshawe. We welcome you to Canada with open arms, and we're super excited to see you. Remember to hold the dates of November. What were the dates I said? 3rd, 5th, and 6th for Ignite. It's going to be something that you just don't want to miss. Congratulations on your new journey and your career choices, and on choosing Fanshawe. Thank you very much. I hope you got everything you were looking for out of the last 2 days. Have a great evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time of day it is in your part of the world. Take care, everybody.
Bye, everybody. Hope to see you soon.
Good luck, everyone.
Mm-hmm.